Hello and welcome to Types of Conflict. My name is Najla DeBow and I will be your instructor. I'm a human resources professional with over 30 years of experience in industries such as healthcare, retail, manufacturing, transportation, and real estate. When looking at types of conflict, you need to start with the understanding that conflict is something that you encounter in your daily lives. Conflict can be as simple as your favorite coffee house not getting your order correct, sharing the road with other drivers during rush hour, or navigating with your spouse as to who will be making dinner. All of these life experiences are examples of conflict. So really, it's not managing conflict to extinction. It's learning how to embrace conflict for reasonable and respectful solutions. To assist you through the process of embracing types of conflict, the course is divided into 3 modules. First, we will explore the different types of conflict. Then we'll shift our attention to positive aspects of conflict. Finally, in the last module, we'll discuss positive ways of dealing with conflict. Each module is to work independently of the other for you to be able to complete your own pace for an optimum learning experience. The modules have a set of objectives, video lectures, case studies, and interviews that I hope will give you a comprehensive view of the topics at hand, and in addition, the assessments will allow you to apply your understanding of the course's content while participating in putting the newfound skills to work. As you work through the content, you'll not only build your knowledge of conflict, but you'll be encouraged to identify your areas of comfort and strength, as well as gain the tools necessary to take your skills to the next level of identifying, leading, and resolving conflict. The course examples are drawn from a U.S. perspective. However, the concepts are one that cross boundaries and industries. Welcome to the course, and let's get started. Different types of conflict, Lesson 1. Before we get started, let's go ahead and take a look at our objectives. Objectives for different types of conflict are: describe the different types of conflict, identify the sources of conflict, and explain the levels of conflict. Let's start with the different types of conflict. Constructive conflict is the most effective conflict situation that you can encounter. It encourages expression of opinions in a controlled and respectful manner. Constructive conflict also sets the stage for healthy conflict and for resolution. It also encourages growth and innovation. When you're working in an environment where you have constructive conflict, it allows ideas to be exchanged in a healthy manner, which also stimulates additional methods or methodologies to explore. It also supports and reinforces alternative ways of thinking by allowing individuals with opposing opinions to speak freely. It also provides additional management options in the sense that when individuals can speak freely, then an exchange of healthy ideas takes place and management can explore those ideas to their conclusion. The opposite of constructive is destructive conflict. And this is basically an unhealthy environment which controls thoughts and does not empower individuals for alternative ways of thinking. Destructive conflict and contributing factors are the lack of flexibility, which basically means that management or leaders or even your peers are not open to alternative ways of thinking or even methods to approach tasks in a functional way. They allow issues from a personal nature to get in the way of controlling an environment, and it causes more destructive behavior. It also ultimately can poison the company. When you control individuals' thoughts in a destructive manner, then people stop thinking and exploring new and different ideas. You start getting into the sense of, well, this is the way we've always done it, and you don't explore alternative methods. Different types of conflict, lesson 2. The objectives for this lesson are: describe the different types of conflict, identify the sources of conflict, explain the levels of conflict. We can take a deeper dive into destructive conflict by looking at Daniel Katz's theories. Katz's theories divides the source of conflict into 3 categories: economic, value, and power. While Katz's study of the source of conflict is on a broader scale, I believe we can make an argument that is solid to use in the work environment. Let's begin with economic conflict. Economic conflict is basically a situation where the sources are scarce. These sources can be many different things. They can be office supplies, they can be display fixtures, or company products. When the sources are scarce in an organization, employees tend to hoard these resources because they never know when access to them will become available. So you might find individuals actually standing by and watching while their team members look for resources and are unable to find them, but they will not provide their team the support necessary by sharing the resources that they've hoarded. This is clearly a dysfunctional behavior, and what ensues when this practice takes place is additional conflict between the teams, peers, and managers. Value conflict is between ideals and principles and preferences. This is very difficult to sort out between individuals because values are something that we all carry to the work environment. Many individuals in the work environment may mirror the values of the organization, and some of the values that the individuals hold very dear may be opposite to what the environment supports. So when individuals bring their own personal values into the work environment and expect other individuals to behave within their definition of values, a conflict can ensue. Because as you can imagine, not everyone always has the same set of values. So if these values, principles, or preferences are taken to extreme, where individuals expect everyone to behave such as they do, believe such as they do, or follow the same philosophies such as they do, you'll have discord and it'll be a source of conflict. Power and control is another interesting factor in destructive conflict. When you think about power and control, you may imagine an individual you've worked with on a team, in a department, or maybe a division. Power is very passionate to some individuals. Power is something that some people feel defines who they are. Maybe a title, maybe control over a team or a project. Solicits a power position that can be very dysfunctional and then, of course, cause destructive conflict. Let's take a team setting where an individual takes the power and always being the first to speak, overpowering individuals in a dialogue, or enforcing their situation or their position or their decision to the rest of the team. It can also happen when an individual takes over or control of a work unit where no one's appointed them this position, but they've decided to be the one that does take the lead role, even though it's not supported by anybody else on the team. Power is something that's very common in a work environment, and I'm sure you've experienced it and have already experienced the source of conflict that it can cause. Interpersonal conflict is between individuals. So it can be something that is specific to two individuals, not necessarily an individual to a team. So maybe it's a situation where two individuals just don't get along, or they can't seem to have a civil conversation. It can be something that they have brought to the work environment. They may actually have been best friends at one point in time, and then some event has taken place to separate them and to cause their inability to work together in a professional way. When individuals bring interpersonal issues to the work environment, conflict not only exists between the two of them, but it also can be very dysfunctional for the team that they work in. You may have worked in an environment where you've heard individuals say, oh, Susie and Billy, they just don't get along, and it's been a long time since they've been able to. So if this type of behavior is allowed to exist, the conflict ensues, and it's a perfect example of destructive conflict. When you're talking about the levels of conflict, role is also something that is very important. If the roles are not defined clearly between the team members as to who is the leader or the followers, who are the peers, who are the decision makers, or who are the resources to go to, you will have issues with the level of conflict. Because if I don't know who I am to go to for decisions, then no decisions are made. This can not only be between individuals, it can be between groups and divisions as well. So defining roles in a team is more than just applying a title to an individual. It's actually outlining their responsibilities and the position that they play within the team. Another level of conflict can be inter-group. So it could be two divisions or groups of people that might be fighting for resources, might be fighting over who's playing which role in a project. But when it becomes intergroup, you can have issues with respect to marketing and sales. They could be fighting over who's responsible for the lack or the generation of a sales volume. Is it the sales team, or is it the marketing group that isn't providing the sales team the right materials to sell the product, which then of course affects the revenue? So intergroup is very critical to ensure that groups don't become siloed and only interested in their own success or their own performance. You have to really think about cross-functional teams in order to ensure that this level of conflict does not exist. Multi-party is between companies. It can also be thought of as mergers and acquisitions. When you bring in a new company into an organization, it can be very critical in determining how is a company going to be absorbed into the parent organization. Individuals, when mergers and acquisitions happen, if they are the surrendering party, then it's very personal to them. They can have history that they bring, that maybe they've been with the organization for a 10-year period of time, and they don't like the idea that this is happening. There's a lot of emotion that goes on through this time, and you can have a lot of conflict that ensues. It goes back to the things that we've been talking about. Role. It goes back to power. It also can be value driven. So it can also, quite frankly, be economic. So when you're looking at levels of conflict and focusing on multi-party companies, or the example that we're giving, mergers and acquisitions, it's very important to understand the levels of conflict that can play in this type of action, and to ensure that you at least acknowledge that this can take place. Intercultural conflict is something that is expanding in our workplace for two reasons. One, because we have a very diverse workforce, and two, because most companies are global and they're interfacing on a global footprint. So when you're looking at intercultural conflict, it's more complex And it will take a whole module to describe it. And that will be in one of our courses for intercultural conflict, which is referred to as Intercultural Conflict and Conflict Resolution Course 3. And that concludes Lesson 2.
You're hard at work when you feel a hand on your shoulder. It's your manager, Brad. Your manager, Brad, tells you to clock out for work, but continue to work. In other words, he wants you to keep working off the clock. Brad is enforcing the company rule of no overtime. Brad explains that the whole team has been struggling to accomplish all the project tasks as a result of this overtime rule. You tell him that while you are aware of that, it's been challenging for you to keep working overtime without pay. Brad understands, and he wouldn't ask, except that the project you are working on is missing key deliverables. You tell Brad that you are worried that working overtime might get you in trouble. To ease your worry, he assures you that doing what the boss asks of you will not get you into any trouble. What would you do in this situation?
In this particular case study, the choices that you have are all appropriate to do. The best one, though, is the one that actually leads you from destructive conflict to constructive conflict. And in the module, you picked up some tools. So I imagine that your choice was D. D is really the most appropriate choice for this particular case study. You will find that it provides you the best direction for how to manage the manager while keeping within the company guidelines and policies. Okay, so here we have a situation that is very common in work environments where you have one individual that tends to dominate a team. Project isn't going well because that particular dominant team member keeps putting everybody else's suggestions and opinions down. So the reality is you have to step back a bit and determine what do you feel is the best course of action to take in order to resolve and redirect this particular individual's behavior. So let's break it down into two separate steps. One is, why is the individual behaving this way? You have to identify those core issues. And then the second one is, what do you need to do in order to get the team collaboratively back together and progressing towards a more productive work position? So in thinking of resolving this particular situation in conflict, maybe the first step is to readdress appropriate behavior within a business meeting. Also identify some roles for key individuals within the meeting group. So you could have individuals such as a scribe or an individual that is a timekeeper, and also someone who might play the mediator role to ensure that there's a balance between everybody's rights to have a voice expressed during the particular meeting. So in essence, anytime you have a situation where you have an individual trying to dominate a particular meeting and take over their personal agenda and interject it into a meeting, those are the steps that you should start with. You had a conversation recently with one of your coworkers and you don't feel it went very well. So the question you're now asking yourself is, what do you need to do? Because you have some unsettled feelings with respect to the dialogue that took place. So I think you first have to explore exactly what your feelings are, along with what it is that you specifically feel didn't go right. When you think of your own feelings first, you're really allowing yourself to put aside any emotional foundation that could be clouding over the true opportunity for resolution. If you can put aside your emotional feeling and only focus on the facts of the matter, focus on the business elements that are really the true issue to what you want to resolve with your coworker, it allows you a better stage in order to have conclusions and conflict resolution. Go to your peer, talk with them, ask them how they feel about the particular dialogue that took place. Be open and receiving to their position and their feedback. When you first decide to listen to understand before being understood, you provide a better position to resolve the matter at hand.
Quite recently, I've had an experience where undefined roles affected not only the project plan, but the functioning of the entire team. An example would be we have a large technology, I'm a technology officer, so I'm involved with a lot of those kind of projects. A large initiative that involved players from the business as well as the technology group, the executive group, and myself. And we found ourselves in a situation where everyone started to think that they were responsible for a certain part of a website that was being developed. Naturally, everyone had a different concept of a website, what it should look like and feel like and respond. So we had to get back together and redefine who took the responsibility role and who acted in a supportive and consultative role in order to get the project back on track and start receiving actionable deliverables and meeting our milestones. Oftentimes in team dynamics, there can be a situation where the team is accustomed to a certain level of performance, a certain level of achievement. Oftentimes, conflict can arise within the team or from outside influencers that can push that team to a new level, raise that bar, where they previously didn't really understand that that could be achieved. An example of that is a project I was involved with. I came into a new company and I wanted to see a certain performance rating with the network, of which had never been achieved before. Naturally, when the new person came in and started spouting lofty goals that had never been done, it caused a lot of conflict in the team. And through the exercise of that and rationalizing how we would approach it as a problem rather than as a team dynamic, it was in fact achieved and exceeded. So I call this, I use a lot of analogies and things, I call this a journey of self-discovery. Sometimes conflict is a healthy thing in a team, whether it might feel that way at the moment or not. There's often an urge to jump in and provide a resolution immediately because sometimes conflict is uncomfortable. However, letting people kind of work that out and go through a journey of discovering that they can't be successful without each other, or perhaps learning more information about their goal, and then gently coming in later through suggestions and through a little bit of exercise guidance can often help people realize, the resolution themselves. And that's always more readily adopted than have it being basically put to the group or put to another person.
Through this module, we talked about, discussed, reviewed the idea between constructive and destructive conflict. While we outlined the effects, the negative impact that destructive conflict has in a work environment, we also talked about the positive aspect of constructive conflict, where constructive conflict can lead you and drive you to change, can also provide innovation and more spirited dialogue between coworkers. The respect that's necessary through constructive conflict is very evident, especially in a situation where it is not present. So destructive conflict can also provide us an opportunity to learn from our inability to manage situations correctly, and it allows us to embrace new paths and new approaches so we can have a healthy and constructive way in managing conflict. Through this module, we've discussed two different types of conflict, the source and the level of conflict. And just to bring it all together for you, there are key factors that we discussed as the source of conflict. One of them being economic for source, value, and power. So when we think of economic conflict, we think about the items that definitely impact the financial area of your business or even in your personal life, whatever affects your lifestyle from a livelihood level. So let me put it into perspective for you. Economic, it's very easy. When you're in a business environment, you think of financial impact. What are the dollars that are going to be affected or impacted through this particular type of conflict? In your personal life, you can actually translate it to the same way of meaning, how is this going to affect my pocketbook, as a way of saying it from that. The other thing that you have to consider with respect to economic conflict is that it's also with items or product or materials. So the examples that we've given through this particular module focus on hoarding of product. So the company has put a ban on, if you will, of ordering any new supplies. So you might find that your employees start hoarding the supplies because they never know when the new supplies might come. So that's an example, an additional example of economic conflict. Another one is value conflict. And that basically is on ideals and principles, which is less tangible than economic conflict. It still exists in the environment when conflict is present. So values, people start playing a tug-of-war of how they feel personally, and they start applying that in the work environment as to how and what the decisions that are being made on a business level. So you will have to deal and figure out, when you're in this type of situation, what are the best values to choose in order to apply, in order to receive the resolution you want in conflict. And lastly, for the source of conflict, we're talking about power. Now, power is really very evident when you'll find team members choosing authority level when it's not necessarily their role to be in that position, or they might want to dominate a team conversation to control the outcome. So power makes people feel comfortable. It cocoons themselves so they feel secure. And it's also leveraging both value and economic as well when you're talking about a power position with respect to the sources of conflict. Now let's move into the levels of conflict. The levels of conflict can be individual, which is between two individuals, role, intergroup, multi-party, or international. So let's look at each one separately as a recap for this particular discussion. When we're talking about individual, it is actually and literally between you and a peer, maybe between you and a manager. And in your personal life, it could be between you and your significant other, or you and your children, or you and your friend. So when we talk about conflict between individuals, it's something that you are responsible for because you own the conflict that's taking place. Oftentimes you might hear people say, "You made me feel this way," in a conflict situation. The reality is you chose your feelings, and that's the reasons why you're stimulating the conflict to exist. Choose wisely. Make sure that your feelings that you have in that interpersonal conflict gear the resolution positively. Don't look for a power play like we talked about earlier with the sources of conflict. With respect to role, that goes through groups, divisions. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, and as we discussed as well in the module, it's between a power play between two different groups. So it could be marketing and sales. It could be finance and marketing. It could be human resources, staffing model, and a division that doesn't have enough staff. It could be between many different divisions. So once again, you're looking to identify what the source and the level of conflict is, and then determine your strategy for resolution. All right. For intergroup, that again can be between two companies. So mergers, acquisitions. If you've been through that type of experience, you know that you're blending two different types of styles into one group of people to work with. So you bring to the table totally different points of view, different prisms, different history, different values, which all can cause a heightened level of conflict to exist. So recognize it, be aware of it, and use the skills discussed in order to seek for resolution. When you're talking about multi-party, it could actually also be between subsidiaries within one organization. You can have two different companies that are vying for more financial power, more budget dollars, and that can also cause for conflict in those situations as well. The textbook that we're reviewing is Management 3. That's the version. The current version on the market, though, is Management 7. Has the same information in it, so if you find an older version, you'll be fine. The information that we're reviewing for this particular course is in Chapter 2. You'll find information with respect to conflict under the Human Relations Management section of Chapter 2. And this particular section of Chapter 2 outlines an individual whose name is Mary Parker Follett, and her studies with respect to leadership and management styles. She outlined significant principles of management that actually was the catalyst for individuals to start, for businesses to start dissecting how they are managing their industries. The additional information can also be found in Chapter 4, where she specifically touches on constructive conflict and the impact that constructive conflict has into a work environment. But if we look at her initial work, which was actually in schools and nonprofit, she identified specific methods that should be used and embraced and reviewed in order for management to be most effective. So she has she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items that she points to as things and skills that need to be wound into any individual or manager's style. One is, and the first is, constructive conflict. So she says that conflict difference is here in this world. We cannot avoid it. We should, I think, use it to work for us. Instead of condemning it, we should set it to work for us. Now, those particular words resonate quite well in our types of conflict course. She does go on to talk about power, orders, authority, leadership, coordination, and control, which also are direct relationships with the module's content and the impact of all of those things with respect to conflict. The textbook that we're talking about is The Courageous Follower by Ira Shalif. In this particular book, I want to talk a little bit more holistically about the book, because basically what it's talking about or speaking to is you as a follower, meaning we are all followers of a leader. So in a business environment, you have a manager, then you follow your manager. The manager follows their manager, and so on and so forth. You might even break this down into a personal style where you're a child, you have a parent, you follow your parents follow their parents. You could also break it down into peer relationships. You know, you are an individual with friends, you may follow your friends. So it's really coming from that point. The use of the term follower is just from that standpoint. Oh, or even if you're in dancing, you have leaders and you have followers. So it's just that role that you play. The idea of this particular read is to get you to be more courageous about being a follower, speaking your concerns, addressing your ideas, making sure your voice is being heard in a constructive way. So that's how this book outlines the path of being a follower. The particular section that is in here is the courage to serve. And that basically is outlined in chapter 3. And the section that I'm focusing on for conflict is conflict between leaders. Because as peers, you will always have one's following, one's leading. And that may switch out because there may be a different type of project that's in place where one is more of the subject matter expert than the other. So don't always think that leaders are only and forever in peer relationships, because there can be times where one needs to be the follower while the other is leading. So this particular read opens up with an African proverb that states, "When elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers." So when you look at that from a leader and follower standpoint, that illustration is the elephant is the leader and the grass is the followers. So the chapter and this particular section breaks that down in more of making sure that you're speaking out as the follower, making sure that your voice is heard in a constructive way, and to the leaders, making sure that you're providing the opportunity for the follower to be courageous and to have and to voice their opinion. We have chosen a particular instrument to help you understand how to identify your personal style when it comes to change. And the reason why this particular instrument is being recommended for, or to be used for this particular course, is because change is a huge stimulator for conflict. If you understand your personal style, then you'll have a better understanding of how you interface when conflict exists. So this particular change style indicator is by Discovery Learning, and it's an assessment tool that you can use to help identify one of the characteristics of a change style. And again, the reason and the relationship of the two is because change is a huge catalyst for conflict. The indicator has been around for many years, and it has been a validated and definitely researched instrument. So it's one that you can trust in the results that it does produce for you once you take the assessment. The one thing that I want to talk about is that it's a preferred style instrument. It's not saying it's the only style that you have or can use or should use. It's just identifying which one comes naturally to you. So when you take the instrument and get your results, don't feel like you're being pigeonholed into one particular area. Just know which one is your nature versus your nurture. So nature is your preferred style. Then what the instrument will also do is it will take you into two different areas where it can recommend some styles that you might want to nurture yourself to use based on the circumstances in the situation of conflict. So then you'll have your preferred style plus two other options to choose from when appropriate. Understanding all three options of styles with respect to change will just allow you to be able to enhance your skills when you're dealing with conflict. Knowing which style to use, knowing which style is the best style to impart to use during different conflict situations. And as indicated in the introduction in the instrument, which I wanted to point out, it says, understand the source of conflict associated with change and the relationship between conflict and your preferred style. So it's really a good instrument to choose and to consider to use so you can become better at dealing with conflict and more skilled at conflict resolution. Positive aspects of conflict, Lesson 1. Let's take a moment to review our objectives. Discover the positive aspects of conflict, identify appropriate management of conflict, and differentiate the causes of conflict. Positive aspects of conflict have certain ingredients that ensure that we embrace the idea that conflict can be a healthy situation. Main ingredients include the issues at hand, and we each bring a different paradigm to the environment that reviews this, which will stimulate different thoughts and objectives and different points of view. The emotions that are involved go back to a healthy management of your emotion and look at and allow people to be passionate about positions. And it also presents an opportunity. This particular idea of positive aspects of conflict embrace all of these ideas and thoughts of the issues, the emotions, and the opportunity that each of us bring to the table with our own set of objectives, ideals, and visions on what needs to be accomplished. Conflict can be very supportive with diverse ideas. It can stimulate different thought processes when everybody involved embraces individuals' perspectives and points of view. I'm sure you have been in healthy situations where you've been able to brainstorm a concept and play off of each other, because not one idea is the right idea. It's usually an accumulation of ideas that are brought together and supported that come out to the best one to present. When conflict is approached positively, you can have higher performing teams because individuals feel that they are respected and that their ideas are listened to. What's most important in order to support a conflict situation in a positive way is that individuals feel that when they speak, they're not only being heard, but they are listened to. So listening to an individual also provides you the opportunity to repeat their comments and support their ideas to a positive resolution. It also supports a sense of empowerment and an ability for people to not fear of speaking of what their positions are, which of course also indicates a collaboration. When I was talking about listening and reporting back to what somebody is speaking to, it's an exercise of active listening skills. So when an individual speaks and you're able to repeat what they said in a supportive and healthy way, basically you're bringing to the table the idea that I've heard you, I've listened to you, and let's see what actions we can take from here. That's an exercise in active listening skill, which of course supports a very positive environment, which allows collaboration even in conflict situations. When we talk about supporting different ideas and promoting different ways of thinking, the empowerment word is often used. And the offset of that is the harmony that is produced within the team, within the division, and even within the company that shows that a collaborative work environment does take place even when conflict is there. Positive conflict inspires individuals to behave differently. It also pushes the envelope of their performance. It doesn't cocoon them into feeling secure in that if I do anything other than what my current projects are, I will be at risk. No. Supporting positive conflict allows people to push those risks to the next level to be higher performer as an individual, which then of course supports higher performing teams. When the environment supports positive, constructive conflict situations as well as resolutions, the collaboration is at its highest level as along with the cohesiveness of the individuals. Positive aspects of conflict, lesson 2. Let's review our objectives. Discover the positive aspects of conflict, identify appropriate management of conflict, and differentiate the causes of conflict. Remember, it's not that conflict exists, because conflict exists in many ways at many levels. It's the way in which conflict is handled that can be a negative experience or promote a negative outcome. You may have been in situations where you have seen conflict being managed well. You may have also had the opportunity to witness poor conflict management. If you are truly honest with yourself, I am sure you can identify times in which you have managed conflict well and when you have not. Don't be too harsh on yourself when issues arise. The reality is that we have all been there. We have all had those moments in our lives when we can be proud of our conflict management and when we wish we could go back in time and erase the experience and start over again. So let's go ahead and take a look at the causes of conflict. Whether conflict is good or bad, it can stem from any number of sources. Knowing these will help you approach situations with understanding and recognize the possible catalysts of future conflict. Remember that there will always be enduring differences among individuals and groups in their values, preferences, beliefs, knowledge, and perceptions of the world, but that it is largely reactions to these differences that cause conflict. Once again, it is how we behave during conflict, not the fact that there are differences between us. Let's take a look at problems with communication. This is one of the core causes with conflict. This is one of the major causes. A failure to share ideas and feelings can force the other person to fill in the blanks, often resulting in incorrect assumptions and negative feelings. So the lack of effective communication and the failure to share ideas or concerns can be a huge cause with your communication and problem with conflict. Additionally, if you have the lack of effective leadership on your team, maybe you have a group of leaders that can't make decisions. They may be maverick in their approach to things. They could also be individuals that are, let's say they diffuse issues for productivity ineffectively. So when we look at causes of conflict and leadership, we can have individuals that have struggle in decision making, and we can also have breakdown in communicating goals and objectives. When you talk about lack of agreement or decision making, it's always surrounding about who's in charge or how are we going to get things done. In many situations, this is the core sense of conflict. One of the other issues with respect to conflict that causes discrepancy in role performance, and that's basically when your role is not clearly identified for the outcome or your performance measurements. If you don't know how others see you in the role that you serve, or when your performance expectations are not clearly outlined. How often have you started a job and maybe the only thing you have as a guidance is somebody teaching you the functional approach to your role, but you don't even know what your objectives are or what you're supposed to achieve, or even more importantly, how your role affects the division, department, or the company of which you serve. Change can also be a significant part of conflict. If change isn't managed healthy, then it can push people into staying into the same area that they've always been in where they're comfortable, meaning resistance of change. We talked about this before, where an individual says, I've always done this way, or you might have worked in situations where a new software enhancement has been included, and it's not something that some individuals want to embrace. I like the old Excel version. It's something I was familiar with. It was something I was comfortable with. So this causes conflict within a work environment that, if not managed correctly, not socialized with respect to what's going on, conflict can ensue. Another example of change can be if a company merges or acquires a different organization, or maybe spins off with a different product. All of these types of changes can cause conflict in a work environment if not managed in a healthy way. So you need to talk individuals out of their comfort zone and do this in a manner that is respectful, as well as ensures that everyone's performance is just to get to the next level, but not to criticize. Change when it's abrupt or unpredictable, so that goes back to socializing. You come to work and all of a sudden you find out that your cube has been moved and you didn't know. That's the type of change that can also cause huge conflict in a work environment. So it's very important to socialize the ideas, socialize what's going on, so a very strong communication campaign can help resolve issues around change. So you have another cause of conflict, and that's unresolved prior conflict. So say, for example, you've taken a position in a situation where you thought at the time it was no big deal, so you walked away from dealing really with how you felt, but you didn't let it go, and you allowed yourself to stew over that situation, and over time it builds up. So we start to characterize individuals by not allowing ourselves to be honest and communicate effectively with team members about how we feel about a situation. This is not taking a position. This is not looking for power. This is simply being able to express your feeling over a situation so you can have resolution and not have unresolved prior conflict. Stress is also a huge indicator for conflict in a work environment. It's a major cause for issues today with the flattening of organization and the expectations for individuals to pick up more responsibilities with less resources. Helping your team members manage through stress is very critical in any organization to resolving this type of conflict. Using your power in your communication skills, your active listening skills, and making sure that employees are being heard all assists in helping resolve stress situations and also eliminates that type of conflict.
When you have, goes back to dividing resources. So you have a flatter organization, fewer team members, they're taking on more roles, productivity can ensue. In a conflict situation, when you have low productivity that is caused by not managing resources correctly, or the distribution of work is not fair, or at least some individuals feel it's not fair. These are all sources of conflict in a work environment.
One of your coworkers, Mary, offers to treat you to lunch, which you think is your lucky day. You tell her that you would love to go, but insist on paying for your own lunch. Mary tells you that it's no big deal because she found money while cleaning the movie theater and intends to keep it. After all, finders keepers. When you hear that Mary found the money, you're not really sure how to react because you are aware of the company policies regarding found items. What are your feelings about this lunch offer?
This particular example is one that can really cause a lot of conflict between peers. So you really want to push the one that is the most appropriate to save your relationship with your team member or your coworker, as well as encouraging them to do the right thing. So C is the best approach in this particular example. You want to encourage your team member to seek out manager's advice and assistance while knowing from a best practice situation that the money is returned into lost and found. You recently passed the water cooler and you heard two of your team members talking about another employee. And they were expressing how the other employee wasn't very professionally dressed. We'll say it that way. So you're trying to determine, while you may agree with their position on their comments with respect to professional dress, you're trying to find out what's the best course of action to take in order to help the other team member who is technically not following company dress code to understand the company's dress code and then to improve their personal style. So you could engage with the individuals at the water cooler and chat about the other team member, but that's not really going to resolve the issue. And more importantly, it's not going to help a very valued team member be received without issues. The issues being professional dress. So you could go tell the manager, you can ask them to take over and take control of the conversation, or you can actually be a responsible individual and approach the individual, approach the team member, and talk with them. Have a conversation, not judging, not pointing fingers, not taking a position of authority, but just having an open dialogue to determine what's the best course of action to help them understand business etiquette, company protocol and policy with respect to business dress. In doing so, you extend your hand in friendship, as well as you establish a very supportive position with a team member. Okay, imagine yourself as a team member and you're working in the benefits department. When your phone rings, you pick it up, thinking and saying, hey, benefits department, how can I help you? And on the other end of the phone, you have an individual that is so upset. You can feel the emotion and in their voice. You can even possibly hear that they're crying, and you're trying to find out what exactly is going on. So you ask, how can I help you? And they start to unload their position. They start to talk about how upset they are with respect to the company benefits. They may be even using inappropriate language to express their feelings. They may even say it directly to you, as if you're the individual that has made the decision on the company's benefits plan. What do you do? How do you behave? How does it make you feel? Well, I think the most important thing to understand is, and something that we may have heard many times in our life, is put yourself in that person's position. They're upset because the benefits aren't helping them when they're at a moment that is the most dire maybe in their life. Maybe their loved one is sick, maybe they are, maybe their child is sick, and the benefits aren't working with them, they're working against them. So you can take a position of power and authority and trying to prove in a conversation that they're wrong about their position that they have on the company's benefits. You can try to listen for understanding and really become compassionate with respect to how they're feeling about their current situation. And really, if you break all of it down, you'll find that through the emotion, there are really some key elements to their situation that you might be able to aid and seek for resolution. Maybe there's just a misunderstanding on the benefits plan. Maybe there's just a glitch in your system software that says they're non-enrolled when they really are. Maybe it's an unclear position that the doctor is taking, and the doctor just needs to provide more information to the benefits carrier. All of these things are tools that are at your ready to use if you take the time to listen, show compassion, and seek for understanding. Once you establish that type of relationship, you'll be able to diffuse the conversation and move to a resolution. And then the employee sees you as someone that is their champion for resolution versus a representative of the company that's there to fight them.
Positive conflict, as I see it, is something that should be maximized. How it can affect the team is it allows individuals to express their thoughts, their feelings, and their opinions in a way that they know they won't be judged. The ideas are taken for themselves. And that allows a more collaborative working environment for all members of the team. And in that regard, then any individual's blind spot, thought they hadn't considered, an angle they hadn't considered is reduced dramatically. So I think you get a better result the more positive conflict you have within a team. So high-performance teams, by definition, are those teams that can accomplish things by working together. So the key there is have a team that has a lot of positive conflict within the team, and therefore they can develop those collaborative solutions. So you have to develop a sense of trust with the people you're working with among the team so that they can feel comfortable saying what they want to say and that they know that the issues are resolved for themselves. There is no personalities involved other than the common goal of resolving whatever conflict is at hand. I guess, well, first we have to take a look at power. Power is something that's given. You don't automatically have power. Either it's given to you explicitly or implicitly. So if someone is introduced as your supervisor, you may give them power automatically because they have authority over you, you're subordinate to them. If a police officer rolls up on a scene of an accident, they're going to be automatically be given power. So, but power can have an aspect of domination if it's taken in a bad context. So when I think of power and conflict, I think in the terms of defining power as someone who has the ability to influence an outcome, to influence action. So in that context, if I feel that I'm working with someone who has power in a positive sense, it allows me to open up and trust that their power will allow something to happen, will allow a resolution to come about. And at the same time, power can also be looked at as the ability to prevent something from happening. So that could be preventing something negative to happening. So I see power as it relates to conflict to be a positive thing if used, obviously, in the right format.
So for most of my career, I've worked in administration in very large institutions, particularly higher education institutions like universities and colleges. Really large institutions have some unique problems that smaller institutions don't have or have different versions of. One of those being that they share a similar mission, and in the case of most institutions, or most universities, the mission is to produce the next generation of citizens, educate the next generation of citizens. It gets phrased different ways, different times. But despite that common mission, the institutions are so large that there's lots of constituencies, and each of those constituencies has a different way of thinking about or achieving that mission, almost different goals in line with that mission. The administration may be very focused on simply graduating students and credentialing them, giving them degrees. Individual departments may be more focused on producing more scientists or producing more literature arts majors. And so large institutions by nature are constantly in a state of conflict. And that conflict isn't necessarily a bad thing, and I'm sure that's something you've heard from many of the speakers in this program. I would go one step further and say that conflict is actually a necessity for progress in large institutions, maybe even all work organizations, although my experience is limited there. So to give you an example, one of the things I did when I was working at a large Midwestern university was I got called in to shepherd the development of the 5-year plan for the Liberal Arts College. And the Liberal Arts College at this institution was the biggest college on campus. It had thousands of faculty, tens of thousands of students, thousands of employees, and one dean. So you've got this sort of interesting situation, very similar to a private work environment where there's one person at the top, but they're really not going to accomplish anything or move anything forward unless they're able to bring in all these other actors and all these other stakeholders. So one of the things we did was very early on we say, we've got so many people here with so many different goals, so many different views of how this mission should be executed, what the school should look like 5 years from now, that we decided to feature the conflict that was likely to arise front and center as early on in the process as we could. So we actually convened 3 really large symposia where we brought together a few hundred stakeholders in each of these symposia. And we actually sat them down and we said, we want you to write the headline about this school 5 years from now. What should that New York Times headline say about the school? And we took all those headlines and we put them up around this big auditorium. And then we let the groups duke it out for a while and argue about those headlines and have a fair bit of conflict about what they thought was the best direction for the school and the best direction for the organization overall. And what we found was, by featuring that conflict front and center, we brought out all of the best ideas that we could, rather than the administration putting forward a few ideas and then letting people fight it out. That conflict actually served as a real sort of incubator, a real sort of oven for pushing out great ideas. And it also gave people an early opportunity to see how others in the group were thinking and how others in the organization were thinking. So for me, it was a real eye-opening experience where I was able to see conflict not just as something that could potentially be good, but that's something that was really necessary. That change management in this organization really depended on people disagreeing with each other. And if everyone had sort of magically had the same idea and the same vision right off the bat, I really firmly believe that we would have had a very subpar product come out of that planning process. But by nurturing the conflict, by in fact embracing that conflict, we were able to sort of bring out the best in all the constituencies early on. Now, conflict doesn't always sort of give you sort of magical results like that, obviously. And there were plenty of examples in that process where groups became so focused on sort of what they considered key resources. We need this space to make this happen. We need this amount of money to make this happen. That sort of conflict became much more difficult to manage. And so one of the things I found is that when you're working with large organizations, conflict over resources tends to be less productive, whereas conflict over ideas tends to be more productive. And if you can look at some of these resource conflicts, whether it's conflicts over space or conflicts over money or conflicts over personnel, and you as the conflict manager or the administrator, the boss, however you think of yourself, if you can reframe these conflicts over resources as conflicts over ideas, you can actually sort of take what's become a sort of a deadlock situation and turn it into something productive. So to give you an example, if people were fighting over space, and in my organizations, universities, that is the most common resource that people fight over. They want to grow as departments, they need more lab space, they need more teaching space. So if they're fighting over space, and you can sort of say, let's not make this a conflict over space. Let's make this a conflict over how we use the space and think about the ways that we use it. Then you can get people thinking differently. You can get them willing to push away from their sort of dearly held positions about we desperately need this space to survive, and start getting them thinking about different ways of cooperatively using the space, ways of using the space more efficiently. And that's actually a good thing and an okay thing, and something where I've really seen lots of progress come about from conflict. So I don't know that I have one particular style of conflict management. And in fact, I think different types of conflict and different situations of conflict call for different management approaches. But one thing that I always advocate for, particularly when I'm working within complex situations like these large organizations, or complex situations where it's groups that are in conflict rather than individuals, is to try and bring as many people to the table as early as possible. Now, part of this is about, as I said earlier, featuring conflict as early in the process as you can so that conflict becomes not just a hindrance, but it becomes something that's acceptable and okay as part of that situation. It actually becomes seen as a benefit to resolving that situation and moving the project forward. But it's also about getting stakeholders involved early so that they're informed. Because one of the worst things that can happen in any sort of change management situation is surprise. And surprise happens when you or a small group of people make decisions for others. They may be very well-informed decisions. They might even be the best decisions that could be made. But if you make them early on and in secrecy and with a lack of transparency, then whatever you're rolling out for your organization or for your employees or for your colleagues, it comes across as a surprise. And people in work environments don't like surprise. They like to know what's going on. They're there because they're being paid to control a situation. Maybe they're controlling a product that's being created, or they're controlling a service. But when you surprise them, that sense of control gets threatened, that sense of security in their position gets threatened, and it rarely works out the way you want it to. I'll give you one example of this. So again, back at that large Midwestern university, I was working with the School of Dentistry, and in particular one department in that school. And the department had recently appointed a new chair, and the chair serves as sort of the boss of the department. And she wanted to think differently about the way they were teaching their students. She wanted to make the teaching more interactive. She wanted to make the teaching more hands-on earlier on so that the dentists were learning how to do their job sooner rather than later. And she had real ideas about how to do that, and they were good ideas, and she had read the research on teaching and learning, and she knew what she wanted to accomplish. And her initial thought was that she would try to roll this out with one or two faculty who she knew were on her side and who she thought she could get to do a good job with these courses. And then she would show these results to the rest of the department and sort of say, this is the way we're going to do this from now on. And that might have worked. We actually don't know, because what we actually suggested she try is instead let's bring a group of constituents to the table. So we brought in some of the faculty, some of the students, some of the lecturers, some of the support staff, and we sat them all around the table as early as we could, and we pitched these ideas to them. And at first that group was very resistant. But what we essentially said to them was, look, we're giving you ownership of this process. We want you to fight it out here, and we want you to take it back to your constituencies, and we want you to argue about this and think about what you're trying to accomplish that's best for the students and best for your constituency there. And that early engagement in the process, the conflict management process or the change management process that goes hand in hand with that, was successful. We didn't get exactly what she wanted. The end result was not exactly the sort of curricular change or teaching change that she was looking for. But what we got had everyone's involvement and everyone's buy-in, and ultimately went on and became an effective way of teaching and learning in that school. My experience is primarily in working with group conflict. I have managed teams where there were individuals within those teams in conflict. And I don't know that group conflict, that managing that is any easier or any harder than managing individual conflict. They come with a different set of challenges and a different set of opportunities. But some of the things I've noticed are that groups behave in a way that is very different from individuals. Groups have what I call group culture. And this isn't necessarily the culture of where they came from or where they were raised. This is the culture of the group. And if you think about any group of colleagues you have, we could think about maybe the tech department in your unit, or we could think about the management group in your unit, or the service employees in your unit. I suspect you have a sense of them having a group identity. Now, rightly or wrongly, that culture comes to impact the way that group interacts with other groups and interacts with management. Not everyone in the group is going to fully ascribe to that culture, and thinking you know how individuals are going to behave just because their group tends to behave that way is probably not going to pay off for you well. But group culture is something you have to think about when you're working with conflict management between groups. And I'll give one example here. So the most common type of conflict in the organizations I've worked in is the administration versus the faculty. All right? So again, I work in higher education institutions, large universities, where the administration represents a small, relatively elite group of folks making the big decisions for the organization, and the faculty represent the largest constituency of stakeholders who've been there the longest, have the most to lose if things go south for the organization, and have the most to gain if there are real benefits for the organization. So faculty have their own culture. They tend to be intellectuals, they tend to be researchers, they tend to be very focused on ideas rather than necessarily results. Administrators, on the other hand, have their culture. They're probably more focused on results. They may be more focused on the bottom line. They may be more willing to be risk takers, whereas faculty tend to be more conservative and less likely to sort of take that leap to the next big idea. Group culture does impact the way they handle conflict. And what I have seen in my experience is certain groups who, for whatever reason, maybe because of leaders within the group, maybe because of the history of that group, maybe because of the constraints that are currently being imposed on that group, behave a certain way and hold out for certain things and fight for certain things that another group might not. And you, as a change manager or as a conflict manager, if you're trying to help these groups get along, oftentimes you don't know exactly how that culture operates. You don't know exactly how that group is going to participate. So when I was trying to liaise between the administration and the faculty, and the administration would come to me and say, Chris, we need you to work with this department. Their teaching's not where it needs to be. They need to work as a unit to improve that. I would be coming into that group of faculty as an outsider, and that's a very tricky place to do conflict management. Particularly because if I'm being sent by the administration, that group of faculty is going to see me as being biased towards the people they feel adversarial to, the administration. So one of the things that I highly recommend is that you take sort of almost an anthropological view of conflict management. You can't help two groups get along, and you can't help them work out their differences and achieve a common unified goal if you don't understand those two groups. So getting to know the groups you're working with, embedding yourself with them, talking to individuals, trying to see how they function as individuals versus how they function as a group really valuable. And whenever I was assigned a project where I was trying to help the administration and the faculty accomplish a shared goal where they had different ideas about how to accomplish it, I would spend as much time as possible within each of those two groups trying to get to know them, trying to understand where they're coming from. So there's something analogous to this to working with individual conflict. You need to understand where individuals are coming from if you're going to help them work out their differences. Or, that's even sort of probably one of the keys of conflict management they've talked about in working out conflict with someone you're in conflict with. But with groups, it's particularly important. You can't be seen as someone sort of coming in from on high to solve their problem. You've got to get down there in the group and help them work together on that. Group conflict is challenging to manage, but it's also the most interesting type of conflict to manage. And it's actually something I'd encourage you as conflict managers to really embrace as a neat sort of way to get work done. So we talked earlier on about not just the value of conflict, but the necessity for conflict in getting outcomes out of groups. But groups really do behave differently, and I talked a little bit about group cultures. And one of the things which makes groups particularly interesting is the degree to which they can be swayed by individuals, or the degree to which they can be difficult to read what's truly going on. And I'll give you one example. So in higher education, where I work, one of the most powerful constituencies is actually the students. And we don't think of our clients or our customers as being a stakeholder often when we're having sort of internal conflicts. But in service organizations like institutions, or in organizations where you're providing a service product for your customers, maybe in physical fitness, if you're running a gym and you've got customers there, they become an integral part of that business. They have ideas about how they think things should be run. They have ideas about what they want from you and how much they think you should be contributing to that and how much they should be contributing. So in higher education, one of the most challenging groups to work with in terms of conflict are the students. They have a very clear sense of how best they can learn, and they have a very clear sense of what they want from you. And unfortunately, at least the research would suggest, they're often wrong in that. Their sense of how they can best learn from you doesn't necessarily seem to be supported by the data or the evidence. So one of the very challenging situations that I would commonly run into is I would go into a department, I would be working with an individual faculty member or a group of faculty trying to improve teaching and learning in a particular course. And often that was done by making the course more interactive, more active where students had to do more, less passive where they're doing less sitting and listening to the traditional lecture, and basically trying to make it as a more authentic experience where they're utilizing the skills that they'll later be employing in the workforce. Now you would think that this would be really exciting and this would be something that groups would be that students would be very engaged with, but quite often they were very resistant to it. And a lot of times it came down to this sense of it's just change. You're asking us to do something different than what we're used to. And when the groups would be resistant, one of the toughest things to figure out is the group as a whole resisting me, or are there individual stakeholders within that group of students who are speaking for the whole group? So one of the things you'll hear, and in any organization with any constituency, the loudest people get heard the most. And so a group can sound very loud, and a group can sound very upset, and a group can sound like they're ready to revolt and that the conflict's really going to boil out of control. And if you as the conflict manager are able to get down into that group, again, really embed with them, really talk with them, really figure out where they're coming from, one of the things you'll figure out is that your group is not a group at all. It's a very loosely organized sort of conglomeration of individuals. And there's some individual students who are very upset, very unhappy, and they're speaking for the group as a whole. That would be one of the things that we saw often. So that for me is actually one of the toughest things about managing group conflict when I'm doing conflict management, is figuring out where the conflict actually is. Again, this comes back to issues of group culture. Some groups are very cohesive, where everyone thinks the same thing. Some groups are sort of all over the place, where there's a few very different viewpoints that get mushed into one common viewpoint. So one principle that I would sort of push on to anyone doing conflict management is don't assume that a group is a group. Don't assume that the message you're hearing is the message that everybody agrees with. Do your homework. talk to folks, get down in there and try to experience what they're experiencing. Figure out where that conflict really is originating from before you jump the gun and try to tackle something which wasn't really a problem to begin with, but maybe by acting on it, you actually make it one.
What we just reviewed and discussed were the positive aspects of conflict. So I want to go into a little bit of a review as to what the module covered and what we actually discussed. So when you're talking about positive aspects of conflict, you're talking about an opportunity to set the stage where an individual's performance moves from one level to the next. It could be setting the stage for a group's performance to move one level to the next. Basically, you're taking the conflict, using it as a stimulus to get to the next level of performance, which obviously will then, at the end result, become a high-performance team or a higher-performing individual. So the main ingredients that you need to look at is the issue, the emotions, and the opportunity. So when you're looking at positive aspects of conflict, it really stimulates diversity of ideas. You know, if you look back in your training with respect to brainstorming, they say never judge, never criticize, never throw anything off the table when you're brainstorming. You're just throwing everything up on the piece of paper that you're marking all of the ideas down on. And that way, you never suppress one individual idea, which is the positive aspects of resolving conflict. You're thinking you're brainstorming for ideas, but you're really managing through conflict because somebody will take an emotional position on the idea that they suggest. So let's take that when you're talking about diversity of ideas. Diversity of ideas is the only purpose of that is to stimulate and motivate individuals' actions to a resolution or to maybe a project conclusion. Embracing everybody's ideas is the best way to approach it. So manage it openly. When you're talking about the collaboration of development of teams, you're also looking at managing the conflict so it's at a positive level, using healthy dialogue, discussing respectfully your position. When we go back to the example I just gave about brainstorming, there may be some ideas on that whiteboard that really would never come to fruition. But that idea might stimulate another idea that will cause a solution that can bring the team to higher performance levels. The other things about positive aspects of conflict is when you listen to individuals, it's an immersion of better ideas. So being open to receiving ideas, to really understanding what a person is trying to achieve in sharing the ideas, seeing it from their perspective, can really contribute to supporting the positive aspects of conflict. In addition, if you do manage this very effectively, what you will have is you'll have harmony and cohesiveness because people will be more comfortable in sharing their thoughts, even if they're not sure, they might be embarrassed by the idea. But if you provide a safe and healthy environment, people will start sharing their ideas because they know that the conflict will be managed correctly. Right now, we want to talk about the cause of conflict. You know, when you think of moments where you get frustrated, where you might even exhibit some anger, where you might have an increase in the way you're communicating, a more forward communication style, you're really choosing your style, your personal style, based on a situation. So when your personal style is elevated or exasperated or exaggerated because of conflict, you have to really check yourself, because how you respond to conflict is really more important than the conflict itself. So in order for you to stage your responses, you have to really be able to recognize it when it's taking place. So let's review a little bit more about the causes of conflict. One of the things that we talked about earlier was that conflict can be positive, and conflict can be, it can also be negative. So when you cause a conflict, the most important one is a communication. Now, your communication style, the way you present your style of communicating with others, can cause someone to react in a very aggressive or assertive way, which can stimulate a conflict situation. It can also be a breakdown of communication. It could be a lack of understanding of what an individual is saying. So what I encourage you to do is to be responsible for your own personal style of communicating. Make sure you listen to understand, and make sure that you choose your behavior in response correctly as well. Some people have been in situations where they have seen individuals, when a dialogue is taking place, become defensive. Well, that is a response to a conflict situation caused by communication breakdown. So whether you're sending a message or receiving a message, make sure that your style of communication is appropriate to ensure that conflict is manageable. Another cause of conflict is leadership, or the lack of leadership. If you don't have strong leadership, or you feel like your leadership is not responsive to the positions you feel you have in the work environment, it causes conflict. Because what ends up happening is further dialogue between team members or peers or management about how dysfunctional you feel the leadership is, how they're not responsive to your personal needs, or how you feel they're not directing the team in a transactional or transformational manner. So when you're thinking about your leadership, make sure you remember that they're people too. And they also need to learn how to manage through constructive situations and manage their conflict appropriate. So don't be so judgmental of your leadership, and sometimes recognize that they're just trying to do the best that they can with the resources that they have as well. Understanding that and knowing that can help you manage a situation in conflict with leadership. Another area to talk about is when your performance expectations aren't as clear as you need them to be in order for you to feel that you can perform at your highest level. So your leader or manager, or the person that is providing you the direction, may feel that they're being very clear. They may feel that they're sending the message to you, so you should be able to perform at your highest level. If you can't, or you aren't, or you're not clear, then it's your responsibility to seek for that clarification. So conflict will continue to exist if you don't communicate your needs and you don't seek for clarification with your management team. So be responsible in that situation and ask. Simply extending your hand for clarification can control the conflict that might otherwise continue to exist if you do not take that step. What happens when you have a conflict situation that goes unresolved is low productivity, because individuals just become fragmented. They can't follow direction. Their mind and brain, or thoughts, I should say, are full of all of the things that are going wrong in the situation. So they're just not performing at their highest level. When we're talking about conflict and you're talking about being in a situation where it's affecting your productivity, what I encourage you to do is remind yourself that you are responsible for your behavior. Even with the given circumstances, you are the one that is going to either drive yourself to a higher performance, to eradicate the low productivity. You can seek for clarification to stimulate a higher level of performance on your own. Don't think that everybody is responsible for your behavior. In a conflict situation, take the responsibility to ensure that your level of performance won't stay low, but increase to a higher level of performance. Now, another one that's very common in a work environment, actually in life, is change. Anything that takes place in a work environment or personal life that moves you from one area to the other can cause conflict. So let's talk about something on a personal level first. You move. It takes you a long time to get settled into a new environment. And that inability to feel safe, to know where your items are, to know where your toothbrush is, to know where your clothes are, whatever that might be, the lid to the pot that you're looking for, all causes conflict that stimulates a negative emotion that can be very conflict motivated if you don't choose to manage it. In a work environment, change can be as simple as moving from one desk station to another, from moving from a cubicle to an office or an office to a cube. Or it could be a new team member is being brought onto the team. Any type of change, as small as it is, can cause a conflict situation. Being aware of that and being responsible for your own style of responding to that type of change is the way and the use to get to resolution on conflict. Be aware that these things in your life can cause conflict, and you're responsible for that conflict at that point in time. So, unresolved conflict. Anything that's gone left unattended, let's say it that way. So if something really upsets you, address it, as well as really sorting through your own reaction to it. Is it really as big of a deal as you're making it out to be? Or are you just allowing yourself to be more aggressive about the situation at hand? So I know I hear a lot in the work environment, they don't even say hello to me. Well, then don't expect them to say hello to you. If you want to engage with the person, that particular individual, then you say hello to them. You know, taking action to resolve an issue is the most important thing you can do in a conflict situation. Remember to be professional, remember to be calm, and choose your words wisely, because you are really part of the situation if you feel that the conflict is unresolved. Be the change agent and resolve the conflict. Okay. An additional one that is also something that is not quite obvious to us, but we might have it present itself in different ways. For example, you might feel the muscles in your neck are a little tense. You might find that you're not as comfortable in a situation. Headaches might present themselves. You might be sleepy or just not willing or wanting to deal with a situation. And the magic word is called stress. So any of the things that we just discussed with respect to conflict, whether it be the items that we reviewed in any of the modules, but this one particular is unresolved conflict, communication, your inability to resolve conflict can ultimately cause stress. So deminimizing stress can be as simple as acknowledging the situations that are bringing the stress to you. Be responsible for it, because one of the biggest things I see in the workplace is people rejecting their responsibility for the situation that they are in, which ultimately, if gone unresolved, will present itself in a physical form that will cause stress.
Positive ways of dealing with conflict, Lesson 1. Now that we have outlined the different types of conflict and reviewed and discussed the core competencies to work towards an agreeable solution, Let's use this time to develop the strategies to deal with the conflict in a positive and constructive way. Objectives for Lesson 1 are: develop positive ways of dealing with conflict, evaluate the cost of conflict, analyze the impact of conflict to employee engagement and performance. One of the most important things when dealing with conflict is to remain calm. It's the quickest way to de-escalate a conflict situation. Listen to understand. Being able to use your listening skills will ensure that you are being respectful and truly learning what is the cause of the conflict from the other person's perspective. When listening to understand, you must place your position on hold. You are not to silently think about your next statement. This is the time when you surrender your thoughts to the other party and respect their understanding of the problem. Focus on the positive. Look at what you have in common. Draw a clear line between the important aspects of what you both want. There is always a common thread between two individuals. Stick to the facts. This is the moment to be logical. Focus only on the facts of the concern or matter of discord. And remember to be respectful of yourself and others when choosing your words to present your position. Focus on the goal. What you want to achieve. Don't allow yourself to get into the weeds. In other words, it really doesn't matter how the goal is achieved. The truth is achieving the goal. This does not mean you don't have to follow policy or rules. It simply means that you keep your energy on achieving the intended goal. This helps situations from getting emotional. Getting your questions answered. Getting your questions answered at times, you can easily diffuse conflict just by ensuring your questions are answered. This enables you to work from an educated position, a place of common understanding. In other words, once your questions are addressed, you may find out that there is no conflict. It was just a misunderstanding. Make sure your questions are open-ended and do not allow for yes/no responses. This will keep the lines of communication open and more dialogue will ensue. Knowing the right timing. When addressing conflict, it's imperative that you pick the right time and setting that will foster an open dialogue. When faced with conflict, it is critical that you take the time to decide if this is the time to address your concerns. Timing is everything with conflict. I call this the window of opportunity. If you wait for the right opportunity, it may mean you walk away at a moment of conflict strategically. Sometimes it's better to revisit an issue than to address it when the emotions are running high. You want to make sure that you have the best opportunity to address your concerns, your questions, or your opinions. Forcing a conversation when the timing is not right will only escalate the problem versus managing to solution. Making the business case for managing conflict is critical. Many may not realize the costs associated with unresolved conflict. Many of you may know it all too well. Let's look at some examples of the cost of conflict. Positive ways of dealing with conflict. Lesson 2. Lesson 2 objectives. Develop positive ways of dealing with conflict. Evaluate the cost of conflict. Analyze the impact of conflict to employee engagement and performance. Let's go ahead and look at the cost of unresolved conflict. When conflict arises from any of the number of reasons that we've just talked about and is not resolved in a timely fashion, it becomes destructive. It can cause problems beyond the obvious, losses in productivity, morale, and harmony. Continuing conflict between coworkers or teams can cause employees to become disengaged. The more extreme cases can lead to physical violence or litigation proceedings. The many costs of unresolved conflict include the cost due to decreased productivity. Decreased productivity is because people are focusing on the conflict situation versus their role and their function in their job. Cost of unresolved conflict can also be increased staff turnover. Increased staff turnover could include positions go unfilled, the recruiting time that takes place with respect to the open position, training and development of the new team member, and loss of institutional knowledge. When conflict goes unresolved, you can also have an increase in absenteeism. Employees become actively disengaged. There's no enthusiasm or interest to participate in work functions or their transactional roles on a daily basis. Worst case scenario is that conflict ends in litigation. Things to consider with respect to the costs of litigation are legal fees, arbitrator or mediation costs, internal costs as team members' time is used to respond to requests and discovery demands, and also the focus is not on the productivity or the tasks at hand, but what the litigation is about. When managers have to manage conflict at an extreme level, their idea and focus and energy are taken away from the primary resource for why they're there, is managing their team and their productivity costs. So time is shifted directly from their responsibilities and project management to the issues at hand. Through this module's content, you have been introduced to the concepts of recognizing the different types of conflict, embracing positive conflict as a means to improve performance, differentiate the causes of conflict to assist with the resolution process, and evaluate the costs of unresolved conflict. In summary, conflict is inevitable. It's not that conflict exists, it's how you handle the conflict and ensure that it does not become destructive. Conflict comes from a number of resources and sources, and when conflict does arise, it's most effective to manage it immediately so it doesn't engage in a further dysfunctional level into the outer workings of the department or the division. And most importantly, communication and checking for understanding.
All the younger team members are being selected for the management training program. You have been with the company for many years and have received positive performance reviews. However, you're starting to wonder if your age is the reason for why you are not being selected.
B is your best selection for this particular scenario because it puts you in the power chair. You want to make sure when you're looking at conflict situations that you have the optimum solutions in your pocket so you can use your own skills and technique to get you to the resolution that you're hoping for. By allowing and making the appointment, you're allowing the other individuals involved, your managers and executives, to also have some time to reflect on your performance. It allows them to pick up your performance appraisals and maybe interface with some of your supervisors. So collectively, you come to the table prepared for a more constructive conversation, which will ultimately lead to the best resolution. B is your best selection. You're really excited about going over to dinner at your friend Mary's house. She's invited you a couple of times, but your schedule just couldn't work. And this time you're going to be able to go. So you show up at her home, and after the usual greetings at the door, you walk in and you realize that there are things that look very familiar to you, and you can't quite place it at first. You're a little wondering why they seem familiar, but yet not sure what it is. So here's a moment where you start feeling you can't put your finger on it. As you're there for a little bit longer, you realize that Mary has office supplies from the company in her home. And you're trying to figure out why it's there. You have an understanding, an internal discomfort, if you will, about the situation that's at hand. So what is it that you want to do? Do you want to not say anything and just feel that it's not your issue? Do you want to suggest that maybe she returns the products to the company? Do you want to talk to your manager about it in the morning and disclose what you experienced? Or maybe you just want to call the company's hotline and let them know what you saw. The reality is, if you stay silent, there's a saying that says, silence is acceptance. So you know it's a company policy that that stuff shouldn't exist in her home. You could talk to her and ask her, what's the deal? How come you've got company supplies in your home? Maybe you'll get a reasonable solution. Maybe you'd get a reasonable answer. You don't know. The reality is that it is your responsibility, now that you've engaged in a situation where you're not sure what it is, what is going on. At the same time, it's your responsibility to find a conclusion to the question you have in your mind. The best approach is to allow Mary the opportunity to give you clarity. If the answer isn't one that you're comfortable with, then you really need to take it to the next level and maybe engage with your manager or maybe call the company hotline. Because you have to remember, at the fundamental level, silence is acceptance. And if those company supplies are in Mary's home, and they shouldn't be, you're also part of that problem. You've been working for a company for quite a few years, and they have an incredible opportunity to add more headcount. And so you're really excited about that. You're thinking that that will allow a lot, helping hands, you might call it, into your department, which will lighten your workload a bit. What you're struggling with, though, is that they're hiring all new kids with no experience. These kids may be freshly off campus, or they may have a couple of years of experience. But you have inside of you this predetermined position on how you feel about the new generation of workers. You're struggling with the idea that you feel that they don't work as hard. They don't have that old school work ethic that you grew up on. They don't have the work ethic that your grandparents taught you about. They take things for granted. And maybe, just maybe, the only thing that they're concerned about is what they're going to get out of the situation and not really what they're going to give. So through all of that, you're struggling with the new team members. You're also realizing you're going to be the one that's going to be training them. So what are you going to do in order to ensure that your conflict is managed? Because it's an internal conflict that you own. You have to reflect on it. You have to own it. You have to be responsible for it because you're the person that owns these feelings about this new generation of workers. The best course of action is to identify first and foremost that that's how you feel. Don't deny it. Don't try to mask it, and don't try to justify it by giving examples that show that your feeling is right. If you want to resolve the conflict that you have within yourself towards these new workers, you need to extend the hand. You need to become a partner in their onboarding to the work environment. Most importantly, you need to find out what motivates them, because you might be surprised These new workers want the same or very similar things that you want. They want to be able to pay their bills. They want to be able to feel stimulated in the work environment, and they want to feel the same respect that you feel. All of those things can be the same, and I bet if you take the time and extend your hand, you'll also find that you have more similarities than you do have differences. The idea in this particular scenario is to extend yourself as being the responsible party, the experienced individual in a work environment, to find resolution to the conflict that you own.
Two reasons. First, power is oftentimes ruled by ego, and ego can oftentimes block us from hearing things that we either don't like or don't want to hear. And they may be things that we need to hear as part of resolving that conflict effectively. To resolve conflict, I feel that we need to remain humble and also be vulnerable. And that's because in most conflicts, we may need to talk about things that we feel, things that we need. We may need to acknowledge things that we either don't know or maybe need help with. We may need to compromise or to make apologies, and that's a big part of being humble and vulnerable as well. Ego can oftentimes block some of these things from happening. People are oftentimes highly motivated to save face, especially when they're in a position of power. Secondly, power can silence people. The person with the least power may just shut down and just say yes to whatever it is that they think the other person wants to hear. And in some cases, it may lead to what is called malicious compliance, meaning that the person may comply with what is being asked, even if they know that that will fail or may cause embarrassment to the manager or may even bring harm to the company. We see this happen all the time in business. The employee follows the manager's directive, even though they know that it will be detrimental to the company, and yet they don't say anything. Why? Maybe they express a concern, or maybe they challenge the manager's perspective or directive, and the manager shuts it down, and therefore the employee doesn't say anything, and things don't turn out as expected. I was once on a project where I was assigned to be the lead, and I had two peers who were given vague instructions to be involved in the project and to help out. So as we began the project, my responsibility, of course, is to develop a project plan and to identify roles and responsibilities, action items resulting from meetings. So as we began going down the project, I noticed that we would have meetings, I would assign action items, and things just weren't getting done. And this confused me at first, and then I realized that their manager had never really gotten clear on what she truly wanted their role to be in this project. So there were always competing priorities that were hijacking their involvement in the project. And one thing I recognized was that until the manager really got clear on whether or not she wanted them to be highly involved or have their involvement more optional, this wasn't going to be a smooth project, unfortunately. And from my perspective, what I was experiencing was the manager was kind of flip-flopping on what she wanted these two employees to be doing with this project. In the end, their delay of not completing action items and deliverables was impacting the project so severely that I ended up taking on their role for myself and driving the entire project home on my own. This extended the project plan from what was initially anticipated to be 6 months to about 12 to 13 months. So it did have a severe impact on the project and also on our ability to deliver something that was high profile and was desperately needed by the organization. I had a coworker who was assigned a very high-profile, huge project, and she ended up dropping the ball right when the project started getting intense, and which happened to be right at the moment we were about to roll out this big project. And so I was asked to step in and help get things back on track. And as part of my process in taking the project over, I had to, or rather, as part of my process in taking the project over, I uncovered a number of things that were deeply concerning, and I had to inquire with her about these items. So when I inquired with her about the project, she grew very defensive. She was very confrontational. She got very angry, and you know, conflict was arising from this. And at the moment, we needed to push this project out so that we would have a seamless execution, so no one would be aware that there was any problems going on behind the scenes. So I chose not to address a conflict with her at that time because top priority was to roll this project out on time. After the project, we did a postmortem. We sat down with her and we were able to address the conflicts that had come up as a consequence of me stepping into this project for her, which was a very awkward time for her.
I want to talk a little bit about dealing with conflict. We've really set the stage for us to have a lot of information to use when we come to the table for conflict resolution and actually taking the appropriate steps to deal and manage the conflict that we have in front of us. But there are a couple of things that we haven't addressed that I really want to bring home again. And one of them is to remain calm. A conflict situation can cause some anxiety and some adrenaline to start pumping in your system. And for some people, it's harder than others to remain calm in that situation. And sometimes you might see that it fuels. So you might be in a situation where one individual is talking aggressively, and then the other person will talk over them because they want to be more aggressive, and then the other person will take the other position to talk more aggressively. And the reality is that that game will just continue. Someone has to take the position of remaining calm in the situation. Someone has to take the position of being responsible in the dialogue that's taking place. So when you're dealing with conflict, be the responsible party and remain calm in the situation. Don't remain inactive. It's two different things. You are an active participant, you're just not escalating your tone. So just make sure that in choosing that role, you understand that's the strategic position to be in order to deal with the conflict effectively. Another thing is to listen to understand. So your position to deal with conflict is to first hear the individual's perspective, not to state your perspective. Again, it's a very strategic position to take, but it's the one that will lead you to the right level of dealing with the conflict that's at play. So when you're talking about remaining calm and when you're talking about listening to understand, they both really work hand in hand because your calmness will bring down and de-escalate the situation, and your listening skills will allow the individual to feel comfortable and not defensive during the dialogue. Very key roles to play when you're dealing with conflict. The next one is focus on the positive. And basically, in all situations, you can find a parallel line that both of you have in common. And that's really the positive situation or positive point to be at. The other thing that's very positive is where you're trying to go. So if you're trying to plan a trip, the positive is the destination. If you're trying to get resolution on a project, the positive is the closure or the end of the project. So when you're thinking about it and dealing with conflict, just keep that in mind, because both of you that are having the conflict, whether it's individual or team-based, you both have the same destination or you both have the same goal in mind. And so that positive sense will help you get closure. The other thing is not to allow emotion to get involved in it and deal with the facts. Also, deal with the goal, which is a little bit about what we talked about earlier about what is the objective, where do we want to go to. So dealing with the facts, the underlining steps that need to take place to get to the goal, and staying focused will help you remain in a non-conflict situation, to help you diffuse any conflict that's currently at place. So staying and keeping that motivation for your listening to understand, open lines of communication, sticking to the fact, keeping your sights clear on the goal and the positive aspects will help you deal with conflict. The other thing, and the last two things that are most important, is, how can I say this? Looking for the window of opportunity to address the moment to discuss the conflict that's at hand. Getting your questions answered is very important, and that leads you back to the communication that we talked about earlier. In dealing with conflict, open lines of communication must take place. So while you are listening, make sure that any questions that you have are getting addressed as well. So if an individual is having a conversation with you and they're providing, you're being open and you're listening and they're providing you information, make sure that the information that they provide you, if you have any questions, you address them at that moment in time while you're remaining calm. Anytime that you're teeing up a conflict conversation, when you're trying to deal with conflict, choose your moment wisely. Don't address the individual when they're not prepared. Don't ask them to talk with you when you're ready, but you haven't given them the opportunity to be comfortable with the dialogue as well. Always schedule the meeting, always let them know what's going on, and most of all, wait for a moment where they may even invite you to have the conversation, because that's really at the peak point of dealing with conflict at its very effective level. We've talked about the types of conflict, the sources of conflict, dealing with conflict. Now let's talk the resolving conflict, destructive and constructive conflict. Now what I want to also talk about is the cost of unresolved conflict. And the reason why this is so important is that when you're looking in a business environment, everyone always talks about the return on their investment, the ROI. Exactly what is the impact to the work environment if something doesn't happen? So when conflict goes unresolved, it leads to very costly situations, because not only from a performance level, it could be from a litigation level. So when you talk about conflict and the cost in a business environment, you really have to understand not only the short-term impact, but also the long-term impact. So the short-term impact will be performance of teams, maybe performance of individuals. The long-term cost of conflict can be the litigation costs, maybe associated with turnover as well. So let's look at some of them. When we talk about the cost of conflict that goes unresolved, you can talk about the decrease in productivity. So if you have individuals that are becoming disengaged because employee engagement is decreasing, they're no longer feeling that the environment is one that they feel productive to work in. Those are all things that can reduce the productivity of an individual, which then could impact the team's performance as well. You can also have individuals become absolutely disengaged versus actively disengaged, and then individuals will leave the organization. The cost of that is not only an unfilled chair, it can also be the fact that you've just lost knowledge that is critical to the company's performance. It could be something as extreme as losing an individual that has been with the organization for 20 years and has the institutional knowledge for running a particular machine, or it can be as short as someone who was running a project for you over the last 2 years, and now they've left with that project information in their head. So your competitors might be able to benefit from that information, and that as well is the cost of the turnover. When you talk about unresolved conflict, you can also have individuals that are just not actively engaged with the company anymore, so they just don't show up to work. They use all of their PTO time or their vacation time or their sick time away from work. So you have less productive time. So that is also a critical thing for companies to understand with respect to the cost of unresolved conflict. And ultimately, an unresolved conflict situation leads into litigation. So when I use the term litigation, you may automatically envision courtroom, attorney's fees, cost of the CEO having to take their time away to manage issues, maybe your internal legal department doing the same. But I would want you to expand that net even further, because when you have litigation going on in an organization, that actually is a footprint on your company. It can be external information that individuals in the community know that are going on, which can have an impact to the overall impression of your organization, or it can be actually an internal issue where everybody stands around and talks about the fact that these things are going on in the company and they can only imagine why. So they make up their own stories as to it. It's cause for lack of productivity because of, once again, an unresolved issue. So ultimately, it's the time spent on the unresolved conflict that really drives the cost high for a company. So if you resolve the conflict earlier, if you actually deal and manage with problems as they present themselves, clear the lines for communication to be open to receiving different ways of viewing things, you'll be able to manage the conflict within your organization and reduce the cost of unresolved conflict. Bringing this particular toolkit to the table for you to consider is really being stimulated from the communication portion of our types of conflict module. When we're talking about communication, we're talking about a situation in a conflict matter that may not be going very well. So this toolkit is referred to as crucial conversations or crucial confrontations. And in crucial confrontations, it's very conflict-based or conflict-centric. They also do have a toolkit that is called crucial conversations as well. This particular crucial confrontations, though, will take you through the necessary steps to help identify how you are and the methods that you naturally choose to deal with in a confrontation. So if you think about our conflict, you think of it not maybe going so well, it's best to know exactly how you would behave in that situation, and this toolkit can help you identify that. It goes back to some of the other things and the assessments that we talked about with respect to identifying what your personal styles are, and then understanding and embracing those styles to be a more effective individual in a workplace or just in life in general. What I like the most about this toolkit is that it goes down into specific areas and breaks it down in a way that is very manageable and easy to digest. You don't have to finish it all at one time either. It's something you can go back to. It's also something that you can use as a reference in a situation. Maybe if you're looking for that window of opportunity to have a conversation, it might be good to refer to these tools and methods that are discussed in here before you do embark on that dialogue. So the table of contents does speak to what's actually in the toolkit, And I'm just going to go over it just lightly so you understand why it's so important to think or to consider to use in this particular course. It identifies what crucial confrontations are, which is important to dissect what one is versus what one isn't. How and what confrontations, and if you should hold it, meaning do I act or do I not at this point in time, which is going back to the window of opportunity that we discussed earlier. It's also understanding should you intervene or not. How you can step into and step up in a confrontation. So that is, if I'm going into a confrontation, that means I'm starting it. So I know that this is a conflict situation and I'm choosing to embark on a dialogue. Or when it comes to you, how are you when you're receiving it and how do you behave when you're in it? That this toolkit helps you identify those skills and when to use them appropriately. And then it breaks it down even more detailed into how do you start it and how do you finish it. So the conflict exists, so how do you start the confrontation, and then how do you seek for resolution to resolve it. So basically this particular toolkit can be provided to you, or actually can provide to you some additional skills to help you deal with conflict situations. The book that, one of the books that we pulled for this particular course is Leadership Theory, Application, and Skill Development. And this particular book, under Chapter 6, they have some great content with respect to conflict and types of conflict. It breaks it down very succinctly for you to get more academic approach to conflict styles, and it does also cover all of the modules content as well. So one of the things that is most effective about how this particular textbook is laid out is they give you a lot of exhibits within the book that really pulls together their ideas. So when you look at it, it's a really good recap. If we can, it's like putting a bow on a package of exactly what was covered during the course. You can find a lot of the same terminology in this text that we used in the course as well. And it will also give you some literal applications and some resource from industries that can give you sample ideas of the content that we discussed and the nuances with how it works in a particular work environment. The other thing that it allows you to do is there are, in addition to some of the applications, it also allows you to review some of the concepts that we talked about. And it will give you specific questions that you will provide a response to, and then it will reinforce your particular style as well. It will give you some exercises too to kind of play out what we have talked about, what we have studied, what we've discussed with respect to the terminology, to apply the specific term with their correct definitions. So one of the things that it gets into is, and one of the things that I think that would be most helpful for you, is also a self-assessment. So when you go through the course, you can actually use this particular textbook as a tool to do some more exploring your own personal styles and your self-assessments. Conflict is all around us. It's how we respond and handle conflict that can lead to a positive or destructive outcome. Using the course tools, you'll be able to be more equipped to ensure that the conflict situation you engage with will have a more successful outcome and lean towards the positive conflict concept. Making the right decisions with your approach will aid you in managing conflict to a positive resolution. Following some of the outlined examples of how to manage conflict in a positive way will support you during those times when conflict arises or when you feel in conflict either with a person or a situation. Being knowledgeable about the costs associated with conflict will help motivate you to take the necessary steps to keep conflict at a positive level. Thank you for your participation in this course, and I encourage you to join us in the next course of conflict resolution. Hello and welcome to Conflict Resolution Skills. My name is Najla Debo and I will be your instructor. I am a human resources professional with over 30 years of experience in industries such as healthcare, retail, manufacturing, transportation, and real estate. When looking at conflict resolution skills, you need to start by identifying what behavior helps or inhibits you to resolve conflict. Communication skills that you bring to the table will be your first line of defense when resolving conflict. How do you communicate with others? What is your natural style when you are listening? What approach do you take when engaging in resolving conflict? All these skills and more determine your ability to resolve conflict. It won't matter the type of conflict, positive or destructive. All that matters at this point is your personal style used when you engage to resolve conflict. To assist you through the process of conflict resolution, the course is divided into 3 modules. We will begin by examining active listening skills. Then we will shift our attention to exploring your individual style when engaging in or resolving conflict. And finally, we'll discuss the core steps that need to take to engage and reward with positive conflict resolution. Each module is to work independently of the other and for you to be able to complete at your own pace for an optimum learning experience. The modules have a set of objectives, video lecture, case studies, and interviews that I hope will give you a comprehensive view of the topics at hand. In addition, the assessments will allow you to apply your understanding of the course content while participating in putting the newfound skills to work. As you work through the content, you'll not only build on your knowledge of conflict resolution, but you'll be encouraged to identify your natural style, as well as gain the tools necessary to take your skills to the next level of communication and setting the stage to resolve conflict. The course examples are drawn from a U.S. perspective. However, the concepts are one that cross boundaries and industries. Welcome again to the course. Let's get started. Active Listening Skills, Lesson 1. Course objectives. Apply active listening skills when dealing with conflict. Recognize conflict and know when to intervene. Name the 5 approaches to conflict. One of the most important things when discussing active listening skills is using communication to your advantage. Effective communication can be a powerful force. Practice active listening and expressing yourself clearly. Don't power trip or communicate from an angle of status. Encourage your team members to do the same. Translate complaints and criticisms into requests with a positive outcome. Do this for your own complaints and those that come to you from employees.
Make it a policy in your work group to maintain a high level of respect between colleagues at all times. Ensure that employees know their roles, their responsibilities, and their boundaries, as well as those of their colleagues. Abrupt change can cause conflict. As a manager, it is important to minimize unforeseen change. This ends Lesson 1. Active Listening Skills, Lesson 2. Objectives for Lesson 2. Apply active listening skills when dealing with conflict. Recognize conflict and know when to intervene. Name the 5 approaches to conflict. When do you intervene? There will be times where conflict falls into the realm of destructiveness, despite your best efforts to maintain a harmonious workplace and promote constructive conflict. You may witness the conflict, be approached by someone with a grievance, or a dispute may be brought to your attention by an uninvolved third party. In any case, you should always acknowledge and make a record of the problem. It will be your decision whether and when to intervene in a conflict, and this will depend on a number of factors, such as the severity of the conflict, the number of people involved, the level of disruption, and the core issues. Lesser conflicts will sometimes sort themselves out or can be resolved with a little outside perspective or input. More severe conflicts will need to be addressed in a proper manner. So you need to ask yourself the following questions. Is the workplace being disrupted? Is productivity being affected? Is a threat being imposed to other employees? If the answer is yes to any of these, you will have to intervene. There are several different types of intervention and responses to conflict. One of the questions you have to ask yourself is how you approach conflict. What is your natural source or natural state of behavior? So how do you approach conflict? Having made the decision to intervene in a conflict, you need to be clear on how you will help the feuding parties move towards a solution. There are 5 specific approaches that are universally used to deal with a resolve conflict. Let's take a look at each style. Collaboration, which is also known as win-win. Both parties work together to create a collaborative solution. The needs of both groups are treated with equal importance. This approach helps build commitment and reduce bad feelings, but it can take some time. Compromise, or win some, lose some. Both parties make some concessions to avoid damaging power struggles or to quickly reach a solution. This approach can become manipulative and create a cynical climate. Competition, I win, you lose. One party uses force or coercion to reach a resolution. This approach is aggressive and inflexible and can result in escalating conflict or retaliation. Accommodation, lose-win. One party consents as a gesture of goodwill and allows the other party to have his or her way. This approach can be used if the personal relationship is more important than the issue to losing the party. The downside to accommodation is that the yielding party can lose credibility. Avoidance, lose-lose. Either party avoids the issue. This strategy is used if the issue is of low importance or if either party fears the risk of damage to relationships or themselves. Feelings of frustration and resentment can often result for this approach. When looking at the possible approaches, it is best to take each option and decide on the circumstances that you know which approach will be the best strategic tactic, which will provide the best long-term solution. Approaching conflict from this angle allows you to manage the long-term effects and will build credibility over time. What's most important is to set the stage for taking your desired approach at the right time under the best conditions.
You witness a shouting match between two assembly line workers over damaged equipment. Each employee is raising their voice, making personal attacks, and using profanity to express how they feel. You can see that employees in this area are looking at you, while others are keeping their heads down, trying not to get involved.
This particular situation is getting a little heated, and you can see that it's gone from a professional conversation to personal. So I would recommend that you intervene. You want to make sure that the individuals stay focused on really the professional matters that are at hand, the business issues that need to be addressed, and keep the personal matters totally out of the conversation and dialogue. You may want to consider having independent meetings, in other words, having one-on-one meetings with each of them, but an intervention is definitely the course of action to take. As a manager, you've noticed that one of your coworkers is consistently complaining about being always the one to do things, always the one to start projects, always the one to get them to closure. And you're feeling that this individual is becoming so frustrated that it's now becoming a dysfunctional situation. So you have decided to have a conversation with the individual to try to explore more in depth as to what's the root cause of this particular mood that the individual is exhibiting, as well as the dysfunctional behavior. To effectively manage this particular situation, you schedule a meeting to have a conversation with the individual, and again, you're trying to get to the core and the root cause for their exhibiting this behavior. The skills that you need to impart in this particular situation are active listening skills. Your point for this dialogue is to seek for understanding, to address their concerns, not to interject your position. It's active listening skills that will allow you to get to the core of the situation. It will also allow the person to feel that they're being listened to and that their concerns are being heard. And then collaboratively, you can work on how to resolve them together. In a strategic planning meeting, one of the team members speaks out and offers this incredible new idea. Another team member screams out, "That's my idea. I can't believe that you just presented my idea as yours." The two start arguing. Issues become out of control. The question is, as the project manager and the leader of the team, what should you do? At that moment in time, as the project manager, the reality is it's the idea that's most important to discover and explore, not necessarily whose idea it was. You need to acknowledge both of the individuals, understand their points of view, and then conclude for that conversation during the meeting, telling them that you'll discuss it after the meeting is over. Then you would need to address both of the individuals and have a better understanding as to why the one feels it's their idea versus the other. So the best course of action in this situation is, yes, to intervene, but also manage to conclusion successfully. In order to really drive home the methods and the topics and subjects that we spoke about throughout the module, I wanted to bring to the table a couple of books that I think you should consider. While some of them are addressing specific to conflict, other of the books are more self-reflective and insightful books that can help drive home your understanding of your personal style and how it relates to conflict. The first book I want to talk to you about is Management by Chuck Williams. In chapter 5, in page 90, he really outlines a really good insight on structured conflict. And through that, he talks about the types of conflict, and he talks about effective conflict and ineffective conflict, which can translate to constructive and destructive. But most importantly, it gives you a bit of an overview of what we reviewed in the module at a different level. It'll allow you some more time to reflect on the subject and the content of the module's topics. So if we go to chapter 10, page 82, he takes us through the realization that conflict not only works on an individual level, but it also works on a team level. And through this particular section of chapter 10, he outlines the importance of how teams develop and the impact that conflict can have on teams, as well as the appropriate course to take in order to manage conflict to its appropriate resolution. So both of the sections, while they're in two different areas, I think also hone in the most important thing is that it's okay to have a disagreement or to have conflict. So once again, reevaluating that it's not that conflict exists, but it's how you choose to handle it.
A lot of times when you're in conflict, you hear something that you're having a different opinion about, and emotions run high. That's where conflict happens, right? So your emotions are high, you're having a different opinion, you need to take a step back and make sure that you actually understand what's happening. Because you may think you understand what's happening, but you really don't understand what's happening. And that's where active listening comes into play. So the example I'm thinking of is in a meeting recently, I thought that I had made a presentation using information that was incorrect. I thought that someone on my staff had given me information that was incorrect. I was upset because I had presented that information to an executive team. And I went back to my staff and said, help me understand where you got this information. I think I've just made a terrible mistake. And I was upset, I felt embarrassed, I felt angry, and I had to kind of take a step back and say, help me understand where you got this information. And as they presented where they had the information, I realized that the information was not incorrect. I had, in fact, presented the correct information. So I could have gone into the situation and a conflict could have developed where I attacked someone for giving me the incorrect information, but by taking a step back and saying, tell me where you got this information and let me really listen to how you put this information together, we realized that we were actually on the same page. I don't know if you're familiar with the Thomas Kilmann indicator, the TKI, but on the TKI, which is a self-assessment, it's an assessment to find out what your conflict style is. I am an accommodator/avoider, which is not the greatest thing for a manager to be. So I walk away from conflict all the time. You have to decide whether or not it's worth it to you to get into conflict with someone, or whether walking away, coming back another day to have a rational conversation with the person, or to kind of work behind the scenes to create influence is going to be a better strategy than getting into conflict with someone. So personally, I walk away from conflict all the time, maybe a little bit more than I should, but that is my natural style. As the manager of learning and development, there are a lot of collaborative projects that I do with other departments. So in one instance, I was given a project to work on succession planning. My group was given the project to work on succession planning for the organization. The current human resources manager did not feel that that was appropriate and told me in so many words that her department would be taking that project. It was clear that she did not want to collaborate, and that she had made it known to other people as well that it was inappropriate for me to be given that project. Now, I could have gotten into conflict with her. I felt that that would be very unproductive. Given her nature and given the type of assignment, my attitude was, well, if you want it, go ahead and take it. I have no problem with that. And if you want help, I'm more than willing to help you and show you what we have done in the past and what we're going to do in the future. I let that sit for about a month and talked to some other people who couldn't quite understand why I had been taken off the project. But again, there's no need to kind of badmouth people or run around stirring the pot. It was just kind of like, well, that's the way it's been decided. In the end, I think just kind of sitting with it and biding my time, it developed that this person enjoyed conflict, got into a lot of conflict, and eventually within 90 days was no longer with the organization, and the project came back to me. So I know that if I had made a big stink about it, I probably, even when she left, the project wouldn't have come back to me. But by just kind of being mellow about it, when she left, it was like, oh, let's just give it back to Julie. That's where it belonged in the first place. Fortunately, I haven't had to downsize my employee population many times in my career, but I have had to terminate people for cause, and I have been in a situation where positions have been eliminated and people have had to reapply for their jobs, and that's always frustrating and anxiety-producing for everyone. What do I think worked well? I think that open communication and honesty is probably the rule of the day, even when things are going to be really uncomfortable and horrible. Some messages are difficult and they're painful, and there's no way to make them less difficult or less painful. And when an organization tries to dance around them, they get themselves into trouble. And I can think of an example where we were undergoing a reorganization, and employees asked outright, will there be downsizing? Will I have to reapply for my job? And they were told no, and that was not true. And then to come back and say, oh, we've changed our minds. Yes, everyone does have to reapply for their job, and yes, there may be downsizing. People felt betrayed. They felt angry. That could have been avoided if someone would have just said at the beginning, yes, you may have to reapply for your job. We haven't decided yet. So I think honesty is always going to be the most powerful tool that you can use. What also works well, being very direct and communicating along the way. If someone's being terminated for cause, it shouldn't be a surprise. There should be a path that they're on that includes verbal warnings, written warnings, documentation. And by the time you sit down to actually have the conversation that says, you probably understand that you've crossed the line and that you're not going to work here anymore, they shouldn't be shocked. They may be disappointed, they may be frustrated, but in no way should they be surprised or feel like this is coming out of the blue. So I think what works well always has to be honesty and open communication all the way along the line, as painful as it is for everybody.
How do I approach conflict? I think the first thing that jumped into my mind was at Orange County Transportation Authority. I was surprised to learn that I was going to be the lead negotiator for collective bargaining agreements with the Teamsters Union. And one of the first things we did, having had no experience with that at all, one of the first things we did is do some research on interest-based bargaining. And it was a shock to me to learn that really the essence of interest-based bargaining was being open and communicating and not playing I've got a secret. And we went into the negotiations sitting everybody down, both sides of the table, and making sure that everybody understood that our intent was to not play hide the football. We were going to be open, upfront, candid to the point of sometimes upsetting people, but we needed to be able to develop some measure of mutual respect and mutual trust. And the only way we could do that is to be completely open and honest. And it took a while because the Teamsters were not used to that type of open and honest relationship. Everybody comes in with their individual agendas, personal and collective, and it took quite a while to get over the hump to where they realized that I was not going to lie to them, that we were going to be open and honest. And 3 years later, during the second round of labor negotiations with the Teamsters, it went considerably quicker, it went with a lot less pain, and everybody understood exactly what we could offer. We weren't holding anything back, and we got to a resolution very, very quickly. Yeah, there were times probably when my children were growing up, especially when they were both in college, where especially my son would push me to the absolute limits. And at some time or another, I came to the realization that rather than let it escalate to where things get said that shouldn't be said, or things occur that shouldn't occur, that probably it's a good thing just to go take a walk. So now, years later, looking at how both kids turned out, it's a testament to their mother, not me. But I think that we could have done irreparable damage had we just stumbled forward and let emotions take over rather than doing the right thing and taking a clean break and going someplace else for a few minutes. There really isn't anything different that we as a group, whether it was in the military or whether it was at OCTA, and even now as we're facing the potential downsizing in the current company I'm with, there really isn't anything that we could have done differently from those external conditions. We don't have control over those. What we did find that worked very well was, again, being open and honest with the people that were probably going to be affected by the downsizing. And then making sure that we approached every situation with compassion for the impact of the downsizing on they and their families. To lie to folks, to be disingenuous with folks, to misrepresent the truth or the facts, all that's going to do is engender a great deal of hostility and make the entire process go sideways on everybody. It's uncomfortable. It's not something that anybody likes to do, to tell somebody that their livelihood is coming to an end, at least with the organization that they're involved with at that time. But to be open and honest and compassionate about breaking the news to them, and do everything that you possibly can to help them on the backside, whether it's through networking or the like. That was the key. Historically within the military, it seems like it's a 10-year cycle. After there's a conflict, everybody wants to downsize the military until the next conflict arises, and then we scramble to try to bring people back, and we've lost a great deal of talent. But it's a historical cycle. And if you take a look at budget cycles, I think they probably replicate that same sine wave. So unless a company is in such tall cotton that they're impervious to any type of budgetary fluctuations, then everybody's going to be faced with these types of problems going forward. And the only way that I've been able to see a way through to making something as successful as it could possibly be with downsizing is to be just open, honest, and compassionate with the people. I'll go back to labor negotiations at OCTA. We would bring the labor team in, and they would go into a separate room, and we bring the management team in, they would go to a different room. And before both of the large teams got together in one common room to work through the issues, the leadership of the union and myself and our labor relations department manager would sidebar. And it was a great opportunity for us to put all our cards out on the table, but very often the union wants to dominate the conversation. And we found that sometimes it's better just to shut up and listen and let them talk themselves in a complete circle before engaging and trying to interject into a part of the conversation where they're not quite ready to be heard, to hear us at that point. So if what we found was just let them talk it out. They'll very often come to their own realization that the point that they're trying to make probably wasn't as important as they initially thought it might have been, and then control the overreaction, which was difficult at times for me to do because of my personality. But just count to 10, take a couple of deep breaths, let them talk it out, and then be able to address things in a more rational manner on the backside. So I think active listening at that point proved to be very, very successful, rather than trying to cut each other off, talk over each other, and dominate the conversation. At a point, it might appear as though you're being conciliatory to the other side, and I know that especially in labor negotiations, a lot of people on both sides of the table keep score, and that's the wrong approach from my limited experience in negotiating 6 collective bargaining agreements. Just be gregarious, be open, be happy, be as upbeat and as positive as you can be, and be honest at every turn.
In this particular module, what we reviewed were 3 key factors: active listening skills, conflict approaches, which are 5 different approaches, as well as when to intervene, or when do you intervene. So when we talk about active listening skills, we're looking to and reviewing the approach that an individual will take to ensure that they really understand the other person's perspective. Seeking to understand before being understood, as Stephen Covey stated in his 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he's outlined the importance of truly being open to receiving and embracing another person's perspective before offering your own ideas. In a conflict situation, this is a critical point to remember. You really want to make sure you can table your own feelings and emotions about the subject at hand and understand what the other individual is saying before you provide any input at all. The thing that will help you do this, if you can understand your particular approach to conflict. When we talk about the 5 different approaches to conflict, it's really identifying what's your natural state, how you naturally respond to conflict, and then it's also ensuring that you have the opportunity to understand the different approaches as well. So you have your own natural approach, and then there are 4 other approaches to take. You may be dominant in one and less dominant in another. You may never even have one of those traits or one of those skills in your toolbook or tool belt to pull on. The important thing is that you understand all 5 of them. And when you do really exercise and maximize conflict resolution, you'll be able to use each one of those skills when it's appropriate, versus always relying on the one dominant characteristic that you naturally have. Because as you know in life, one approach isn't going to help you resolve anything. So in a conflict situation, it'll only be exasperated if you only choose one approach to resolution. The other thing is when do you intervene? This particular module outlined the responsibilities that you need to take and understand when to take part of a conflict situation or when to not engage in a conflict situation. For example, if it's something that somebody else owns, let them own it. You have no reason to be involved in it. If it's something that spreads across boundaries or into other individuals' areas, then you may choose to engage at that point in time. So before engaging, really think through with the stages of the conflict that's currently taking place. Make sure you use active listening skills to help you determine whether or not you should intervene. And if you choose to intervene, make sure you're using the correct skill necessary to help resolve the conflict. Communication Problems, Lesson 1. Objectives for Lesson 1 are: avoid communication problems when dealing with conflict, devise a solid communication plan, produce a collaborative solution. Reaching a collaborative solution. Of the 5 approaches to resolve conflict: collaboration, compromise, competition, accommodation, avoidance, it should be clear that the most beneficial approach is collaboration, given that it results in a win-win solution. Collaboration brings the most gain to all parties and ensures the well-being of the relationships involved. The synergistic approach encourages tolerance and constructive problem solving. Therefore, we will use collaboration as our conflict resolution strategy. So what is your role in achieving this win-win solution? You need to listen, analyze, and guide parties towards a collaborative solution. 2 important steps to take when moving towards collaboration are getting to the facts and set the collaborative stage. Let's first focus on getting to the facts. In order to mediate this collaboration between parties, you will need to know exactly what the problem is and why it is occurring. You will need to interview the parties involved. Both sides of the story must be heard before you can begin to work towards a solution. Recording your findings carefully and always take the facts, not points of view. Use the following questions as a guide to collecting information. Who are the groups involved and whom do they represent? Understanding the past history of the conflict will provide insight. However, you must remain impartial when discovering the history. Taking side or coming to any conclusion may be detrimental to the overall solution of the conflict. While this may feel as part of knowing the history, it may also be a separate matter entirely. There may be no history. It may be the first time the individuals have been at odds. So approaching this question with a mindset of openness will help to discover the underlinings to the conflict that is present. Dealing with the core issues keeps emotions out of the discovery of the facts. Separating and dissecting the issues will provide strong support for finding resolution. The key is to resolve. Many people feel that there is always room for negotiating resolution, and that may be true. The idea of this fact-finding question is to determine if the issues are negotiable. Finding the common interests is always the best place to begin. Once you align the parties in conflict, you have a better chance of getting resolution. Getting to the facts is all about ensuring you know everything there is to know about the issues on the table. If there are any values being challenged, it's best to know that prior to working with the parties for resolution. If you find that there are, you will then be allowed to become more sensitive and aware of these values, and you will be able to represent them as you set the stage for resolution. Solid Communication Plan, Lesson 2. The objectives for Lesson 2 are: avoid communication problems,
When dealing with conflict, devise a solid communication plan, produce a collaborative solution. Setting the collaborative stage. Once the facts have been collected, you need to sort out the practicalities. This will ensure a collaborative environment. Make sure you cover the following. Logistics. Establish a neutral meeting place and time that both groups agree on. For attendees, notify the involved parties to ensure that they are made aware of the nature of the meeting and what will be covered. Establish an agenda. Create an agenda that includes both parties' points of view and has time set aside for decision making. Most importantly, establish ground rules. Create ground rules for communication, collaboration, and decision making, such as listening, being respectful, and being open to each other's opinions. Have the groups agree to these ground rules. Now you are ready to stage the collaboration.
You notice that coworkers Austin and John rarely communicate with each other, and when they do, they usually end up arguing. They have repeatedly avoided working with each other on numerous projects. Austin looks to John to help him with many formulas that are needed to complete his project tasks, and John seems to get irritated every time Austin approaches him. John feels that Austin does not take the necessary time to document the formulas to learn the processes and stop asking for help.
This particular scenario provides you examples of a deep-rooted issue that exists between the two parties. So what you're really going to need to do is try to discover what is at the root cause of the problem so you can move towards collaboration. So you want to put your energy and your effort into meeting with both of the individuals to identify what is really the source of the conflict that they have between each other. Once you do that, you can step towards a collaborative resolution. In every work environment, you encounter situations where teams of people have to work together in order to get projects or tasks taken care of. So I would like you to imagine a situation where there are a group of receptionists that have to be responsible to ensure that the CEO's lunch is picked up on a daily basis. And normally, they work in a very collaborative approach, and they each take a day to share. You have a senior receptionist who doesn't feel that it's her responsibility anymore, as she has tenure over the others. The other team members, the receptionists, look at it as it's not fair. It should be everyone taking a part in the role. So technically what you're looking at is a conflict resolution that is more stemming towards collaboration, and that everyone has a piece of the time associated with getting the CEO's lunch. So in order for this team to come together, they need to work collaboratively, talk out, and have a resolution. Many may suggest a schedule so everybody can follow it, but the point of the matter is working together and everyone sharing their role is the best approach. As a facilities manager, you go into the work area, you're responsible to make sure that the lunchrooms are clean and tidied up. And you've posted signs in every lunch area that says, your mother doesn't work here, clean up after yourself. And yet every day you go into the common area and you see dirty dishes left in the sink. And it becomes a very frustrating point for you because you've posted the signs, you've asked for assistance in the newsletter, and individuals just will not cooperate. You're at the point of breaking where you have decided to put a video camera to see exactly who it is that's causing the dirty dishes to exist in the sink. As a human resources professional, you engage with your facilities manager and find out that this is the course of action that they want to take. Now it's your turn to de-escalate the situation by causing a conversation to take place that really helps him work through his frustration and understand that that's really not the best approach to take. So when you are having a conversation with him, you want to try to seek for understanding, respecting his perspective and point of view, while also guiding his philosophy to conflict resolution of really sorting it out and going from position to interest. The interest is that everybody has to take a role and everybody has to be responsible to clean up after themselves. One of the last books that I want to offer for this particular module and for you to consider is Now Discover Your Strengths, and it's by Marcus Buckingham and Donald Clifton. And it's a pretty well-known team regarding this particular subject. So the reason why I chose this book is because I, again, believe that if you understand where you're coming from, it will serve you better when managing conflict situations. So in the text, they have outlined the purpose and the reason why both of them went on this journey to identify individual strengths. And I want, in order for you to fully understand and embrace my relationship with this text, I want to read directly from the book. It says, so to excel in your chosen field and to find lasting satisfaction in doing so, you will need to understand your unique patterns. You will need to become an expert at finding and describing and applying and practicing and refining your strengths. So as you read this book, shift your focus. Suspend whatever interest you may have in weakness and instead explore the intricate detail of your strengths. Take the Strengths Finder profile, learn its language, discover the source of your strengths. The two authors truly believe that we spend a lot of time with how to become better at something that is not naturally a part of who we are. So you might receive a performance review that says, you know, you're really not that good or talented in communication skills, so I want you to improve on that skill. Or I want you to improve on your typing ability, or I want you to improve on how far you can jump. So those are the things that are identified as unique abilities. This particular text tells you to find your unique strengths and then continue to strengthen them. In other words, if you find that you're really strong in your communication style, then continue to build on your communication style. If you find that you can jump really far, for those athletes that are watching this, then work on your jumping skills. The same thing with typing. If it's your strength, build on them. So the Strength Finder profile helps you identify what your strengths are, and then it also, in the textbook, allows you to explore your strengths on a deeper level and provide you some tools necessary to help you expand your strength or strengthen your strengths by using the particular text. So once again, I'm asking you to consider evaluating your particular styles in order for you to strengthen your profile to become better with conflict resolution. This particular product that I want to talk to you about isn't actually a text. What it does do is it helps you identify what your particular conflict mode is. And it's the Thomas Kilmann Conflict Mode Instrument by Kenneth Thomas and Ralph Kilman. I encourage you to invest dollars into this particular module because it helps you identify exactly which style you have. In the module, I spoke to the fact that we have a natural style that we gravitate towards for conflict resolution, and you'll be able to identify which one is your natural style of the 5 that are offered. It will also allow you to measure in connection with your natural style which one is the next, and so on and so forth. So you can then define what your dominant style is and what your non-dominant style is. So understanding what your styles are will lead you to better understanding or a better place in how you engage with conflict resolution. In a nutshell, having more information about your personal style just allows you to be a more well-rounded individual when we're speaking to conflict resolution. In this particular module, we decided to separate the 5 conflict approaches and focus on the most successful approach, which happens to be a collaborative solution, which also translates to a win-win. And in order to do that, you have to get to the facts. And through that process, there are several questions that you need to ask. You need to ask yourself, and you need to ask the team members involved exactly what are our approaches to take and what are the responses to these questions. So what are the facts surrounding the particular conflict that you have is something that you need to spend some time on. You need to allow yourself to embrace that information and separate the facts from emotion. Some people, and oftentimes in conflict situations, individuals tend to emotionalize the position that they're taking, which is very difficult then to try to seek a resolution. So when you're getting to the facts, you want to focus on, 1, who are the groups involved and who do they represent? That's critical information that you need to have in order to get to the next step. Is there past history of the conflict? Is this something that's been existing for a period of time, maybe time before you even started working in the division or even the company? These are, again, most important things that you want to identify and get answers to in order for you to help move through the resolution stages. Another most important thing that can be connected to history, or maybe it's not, is how did the conflict arise to begin with? Was it a personal encounter? Was it some type of interface with individuals? Was it something more from a corporate decision? Maybe it was due to a merger or an acquisition. But you need to really flush out the reasons for why we even have conflict at this moment in time. And also identifying what the core issues are. Again, separating the emotion out of it and establishing the issues, the core issues with respect to the facts that are involved in the resolution process. You also need to identify if it's negotiable. Are these core issues something that can be worked on? Is this conflict something that either exists, that can't, and even goes beyond negotiation skills? Is it something that is just a fact? In other words, we are now changing something and your word is just to accept it versus to dialogue for change? You have to determine what that is. Many times conflict arises around a company, corporation, a division making a decision that will take place that employees don't respond to. Well, that goes back to the good to great kind of concept, which is you either embrace the new direction or you don't. And then you have to decide what place you're going to put yourself in. Are you going to continue to resist it? And if you are, then you're not sure that this is a negotiable situation. The reality is that if there's a decision being made, while it may cause conflict, you have to learn to embrace some decisions and just get on the boat. Just go with the flow and accept that this is the direction the company is going in. One of the other things is that you need to understand if there are group stances that will separate and cause more conflict to take place. And are there any common interests? Once you can define a level between two different groups, that there is a common interest, maybe A production level needs to get completed. Maybe a product needs to be launched. That's the common interest. And now you're going to help resolve the conflict by identifying that common interest and how both of you can work together to get to that achieved goal. Now, when you talk about values with respect to conflict, there is a particular subject that needs to take place on this, because maybe it's a position that an individual has taken because they have certain core values that don't allow them to move forward in that change. Now, while that can be a complicated thing because values tend to be something that individuals bring to a company, and you really need to then evaluate, are the values that the company have in line with the individual values? If there's separation there, then of course conflict will exist. So you need to try to help individuals understand that their values are theirs, and that while they're at work, they need to embody the values of the organization. Conflict resolution takes a lot of time and energy, and if you follow these core steps of getting to the facts, it'll help you resolve conflict and move towards the resolution in a more expedient and productive manner.
I always pause to ask myself whether or not I might be overreacting when it comes to a conflict. And I love asking a very trusted friend for their perspective and whether they think I might be overreacting as well. I'm always seeking to understand, is there a place in that interaction where I was out of line and where I do need to apologize for something? Where in that interaction do I personally need to take ownership? So that's the process that I go through initially. I definitely want to seek to understand the other person's position, and so when I do approach that person and open up the door to have that conversation, I also do my best to convey that to them immediately, that I'm really seeking to understand how they feel about the situation and what they need, and what they would need from me in order to get things back on track. And then of course I also want to be able to share my thoughts and my feelings and my needs as well. A few years ago, I initiated a call to a coworker after learning that she had felt that I didn't think she was very bright, and that had led to some defensiveness and aggressiveness in some of our interactions, which I didn't really understand at the time. But once I gained insight into this, it all grew to make sense. So when I gave her the call, I immediately apologized and let her know that this had come to my attention and that I didn't want her to feel that this way. It truly was not an accurate reflection of how I felt about her. But I opened up the door to really understand more about how she felt and how this had been impacting our working relationship. And what that did was it made me aware of so many other areas where her feeling about this had bled into other parts of our working relationship, i.e. her being a little more aggressive and defensive with me, and of course affecting our ability to get some work done. So once we had this conversation, things changed dramatically, and I'll never forget her telling me that she thought it was very noble of me to have made that phone call. Throughout the call, I made sure that when I apologized and opened the door to have this conversation with her, that there were no excuses. I never said anything like, I'm really sorry that you felt that I made you feel this way, or that I was really stressed out and sorry that things got kind of crazy. I never said anything like that. I just completely owned it. And I said, I can see how I would have contributed to you feeling this way. That wasn't right. And I want to make sure that moving forward, you don't ever experience that with me. It's an open door for you to come to me anytime and say, hey, I didn't feel good about our last conversation. Thankfully, once we had this conversation, air was cleared and things were fine after that. I was assigned to work on a project with an SME who had a reputation for being extremely difficult to work with. And at first, everything was fine. Then we had a meeting where things went south. And when I called him the next day to kind of work on getting things back on track, he was very angry, he was very defensive and very confrontational. Apparently he was attributing or blaming me for something that I actually hadn't been involved in. And this was resulting in some of these new feelings that had started to arise. So In that conversation, he made it very, very clear he wasn't interested in hearing my side of the story when I tried to explain that I actually hadn't been involved in this part of the project that he was blaming me for. He made it very clear he did not want to continue working with me. And I thought he was being a little overly emotional for the situation. I can understand being upset, but I couldn't understand him being that angry over this particular incident. And that was when I realized that we were dealing with emotions that were going beyond what I thought were going to be possible to manage in order to have a rational conversation. At the moment where I realized that he wasn't going to be able to have a rational conversation with me, I decided that we needed to at least put a pause on that relationship until that could actually occur. Sadly enough, that day never came. When approaching a conflict, always seek to understand first. And I feel that this is the key to opening up a door to a successful conflict resolution. People generally don't care what you think or feel or say until they know that you care about them first. And if I have a situation where there's a conflict and I know that I want to go ahead and proceed that towards a resolution, I might open the door by saying something like, I didn't feel really good about how our last conversation ended, and I want to talk to you and see if we can get things back on track. I have some thoughts that I want to share with you, but first, I want to learn more about how you're feeling about it and what your thoughts are. And I feel like when we have that conversation, it opens up the door for the person to be receptive to sharing their authentic feelings and needs, which is absolutely key. People need to be authentic in a conflict resolution so that we can truly clear that air. The best advice I've actually learned recently was to ask the other person, what is it that I'm not seeing here from your perspective? Or what is it that you're saying that I'm just not hearing for whatever reason? Those are really good statements because the other person, if you're in a partnership or on a project with somebody else, you have another set of eyes that can be tremendously valuable. And so if we can keep our ego in check and recognize that other people are going to be valuable contributors, they're seeing and hearing and experiencing the situation maybe differently, or maybe it's a project differently than you are, really opening up the door for them to share those thoughts, and that input can be tremendously valuable.
Usable Plan Lesson 1. Lesson 1 Objectives. Explain power roles, develop options for collaborative solutions, prepare a usable plan. Move from position to interest. When you have completed the groundwork and the parties have convened, you are ready to start the collaboration. Each party will come to the table with a position on the issues, what he or she wants. Behind this position, there may be a number of interests, his or her motivations. Position. The demands you make on someone else. It is what you want. Interest. The needs and motivations justifying the position. Interests are the reasons you want something. Your goal at this point is to guide the parties away from their respective positions and get them to focus on their underlying interests. Let's now see how you can achieve this. Getting people to shift from their focus from position to interest is not always easy. Sometimes they will not be sure what their interests are. You will need to guide them by asking them questions such as, why exactly do you want this? Making sure individuals stick to facts and not emotions for the reasons they have drawn a conclusion is important in moving from position to interest. Stay on this course when identifying the conclusions. Ask yourself, what is the reason for your opinion? Keep to facts and measurable data. If individuals stay with facts and measurable data, it's harder to dispute an opinion. Guiding the answers to facts and measurable data will allow you to gather information that can aid to move from position to interest. Usable Plan Lesson 2. Objectives for Lesson 2 are: explain power roles, develop options for collaborative solutions, and prepare a usable plan. This is an important step, so take your time. Carefully write down your findings. When the involved parties have identified all their interests, you need to find possible options to satisfy the stated interests. These stated interests become the problem to fix. Encourage the involved parties to come up with creative ideas that will satisfy as many of their combined interests as possible. The more possible options, the better. At this point, maintain the focus on coming up with options, not evaluating them. This is a classic problem when looking for alternative ideas. It is imperative to allow all ideas to be voiced, considered, and not rejected. Time can be your biggest inhibitor. The rush to get the idea, solve the problem, and move on to the next project. Don't think there is only one way to approach conflict. Don't restrict your ideas by trying to get it done. Taking the time to discover all options openly will produce more solutions and several right answers. Hidden agendas are very destructive to finding the options. Pushing individuals to only one way with a singular interest in mind is destructive not only to resolution, but has a long-term effect on group dynamics and diversity inclusion. When choosing this solution, it's important to identify a couple of possible solutions and outlining the features and benefits of all that can provide the necessary information for choosing the best possible solution. Choosing a solution is critical to ensure that all parties involved know what their role is, and documenting the process not only establishes this, it also ensures that there will be no confusion as to who is responsible for the outlined tasks. Including the areas that are still unresolved provided an acknowledgement to everyone the areas of continued concern. It will also provide the documentation that the solution has still been decided upon, even with the outstanding areas of disagreement. In other words, we have decided on a solution even though we disagree on these items. When you are developing a plan to resolve conflict, it is imperative to assign a scribe for each meeting and have the minutes circulated for input. In summary, apply active listening skills when dealing with conflict. Recognize conflict and know when to intervene. Name the 5 approaches to conflict. Create an effective action plan. And most importantly, produce an agreed upon solution. This concludes Lesson 2.
You have noticed some friction between 2 of your coworkers. You think it is due to an underlying issue. You reach out to Sergey and find out that he feels it is difficult to talk with Siobhan. Sergey explains that women should not be working in the corporate environment because they are too emotional. You discover when speaking with Siobhan that she feels Sergey never respects anything that she says, even when she has support of all the other team members. Siobhan says that she feels Sergey is sexist and disrespectful of women in the workforce.
In this scenario, you know that you're not going to be able to change some of the deep-rooted feelings that the participants have towards each other. So the only thing that you can do is to separate the emotional issues, focus solely on the business, and then move them from a position to interest. Right now, the 2 individuals are taking positions that are working against each other. So it's pulling a very collaborative taffy, so to speak, pulling away from each other. What you want them to do is to focus solely on the business matter and find the collaboration between their interests to resolve the matter in the best way for the company. So moving from position to interest is the best way to resolve this particular matter. As a manager of a very large department, you've received a complaint from a couple of your team members. And the complaint is stemming from the fact that the team members don't feel that everybody is taking responsibility for their tasks in order for the project to be completed on time within budget. So you have decided to facilitate a meeting to find out what the core issues are with the team members who are not performing up to standard. As a manager, in order for you to facilitate a correct meeting, you need to make sure that everybody has been notified of the meeting's time and the subject that will be discussed in the meeting. You might suggest that people bring progress or checkpoints to the meeting so they can speak to where they're at the stage of development of their particular tasks. You may also want to address any issues that are at hand with respect to concerns, or maybe there's issues with respect to product that's necessary in order for them to be successful in their role. In order to do this, you have to systematically plan out this meeting to ensure that you have control over the meeting and that you can be effective when the dialogue opens and possible discord happens between the individuals that are complaining and the individuals that don't know that their team members have concerns about their performance. So following the steps within the module on how to facilitate an effective team and conversation with a group will assist you in resolving this particular situation and will also support conflict resolution. You're a human resources professional and you have an employee coming to you and wanting to talk to you about a situation. You don't know what the situation is, but when the employee shows up, they tell you that they feel that their supervisor is not being fair to them, not allowing them to do things that they would like to do, not supporting them in the role that they sit in, and it's becoming, from the employee's perspective, a very dysfunctional and not supportive environment. This particular conflict from a human resources professional chair is very interesting because you have a course of action to take. You have responsibility to the employee, the company, as well as the supervisor. So when you're opening a dialogue with an employee, you need to make sure that you establish ground rules. You don't know what the employee is about to tell you. At the same time period, you need to make sure that they understand what your responsibilities are and how you have to manage them as a representative of the company. So as a human resources professional, your first goal is to establish the ground rules of the communication. You need to make sure that the employee understands that there may be some things that they share with them that the HR professional cannot keep in confidence. For example, if the employee tells you that there's sexual harassment going on, the HR professional cannot keep that in confidence. If there is a violation of company protocol or rules, the HR professional cannot keep that in confidence. If the employee shares that there's just a communication breakdown between the supervisor, the human resources professional can help guide the employee to find a better way or alternative way or different methods of communicating with their supervisor to have a resolution of their conflict and for it to become a more productive situation. So the reality is you first have to identify what is the issue at hand before you can actually assist an employee to properly manage the conflict and to support a resolution. The second book that I wanted to talk about is Leadership Theory, Application, and Skill Development by Lucio Anachua. In chapter 6 of this particular book, the authors outline 2 things that were discussed in the module. One being the conflict management styles, and then the other one being the mediation or conflict resolution. So on in chapter 6, page 210, it actually talks about the management styles. And so those are the 5 management styles that we outlined in the module. The benefit of looking at this text to review the styles is to give you a little bit more of an insight on how 2 other authors see conflict management styles. They break down and give you examples, as well as giving you a little bit of an exhibit, 6.4 exhibit, that outlines how they really play out in relationship to each other. So I think it's one of the important things to review, to have a recap of what was discussed in the module. And then if you go to page 216, I should say 215, 216, it talks about the resolution process. And it also outlines it in a different way than we approached in the module, but the method and the idea is similar. He outlines in the model 6.5 the collaborating conflict style, and then there are 3 different categories he puts those styles into, and one is initiating conflict resolution, responding to conflict resolution, and mediating conflict resolution. So if we were to translate that into what the module covered, initiating conflict resolution is being the individual that is chosen to take part in the conflict resolution. Responding to the conflict resolution is when we were talking about, do I engage or not? Should I intervene or not? So it's a translation to what we talked about already. And then the mediating conflict resolution is really addressing the steps that we took to set a collaborative stage and seeking resolution for the conflict. One of the things that is a part of conflict is change in the work environment. So when we look to that, we gave several examples through the module through our videos, as well as our case studies and animation about actual conflict in the workplace. What I thought would be good is to give you 2 studies that are examples of conflict that exists in the workplace that came to a successful conclusion. So things where conflict stimulated a positive result. So both of them are from the Harvard Business School documents. One is teaming at Disney Animation, and it's basically how the animation and technology with animation transformed the Disney Animation division, and how they had to approach their work product and work environment differently. There's a lot in here, and I won't speak to it directly. I just feel that it's an excellent example of positive result to conflict. And the additional one is also, again, as I stated before, with Harvard Business School, and it's Google's Project Oxygen and their study on Do Managers Matter? So when you focus on this particular study and you hear the terminology or the actual phrase, do managers matter, you might imagine that many individuals at Google might have stopped breathing for a second because they were actually going to do an analysis as to whether their position is valid or not. While the question was difficult to ask, the study is just riddled with examples that support our module on how to work through a question, how to deal with the same or similar objectives in mind to create a positive work environment, and what is the actual outcome as we dissect the conflict that might be present when asking the question, do managers matter? It's a great case study. that I think you should consider to review as well. And of course, both of these products are online.
Yeah, so dealing with conflict, I would say the most important thing to me, that advice I can give, is to get on the other side of the table, to try to understand and find out where that other person is coming from. Because conflict really is an opposition of goals, an opposition of wants, an opposition of needs. You have to understand where that person's goals, wants, and needs are derived from to really see if you have a conflict or really maybe more of an ego need. So that's one thing. I would make sure you get on the other side of the table. The other thing is to try to maintain emotion. So you don't want to, a common saying that people that I've used in the past is, don't raise your voice, reinforce your argument. So when you're involved in a situation where there's high passion, escalating that passion through emotion can be harmful. So get on the other side of the table, make sure you're not escalating it, make sure you're respecting all points of view. I think those three things will help anybody to resolve conflict in a lot easier manner, and not take or give anything in a personal sense. So don't take anything somebody's saying personal, and don't attack somebody personally. I was involved in a opportunity where we came into an organization who had experienced a lot of violence in the workplace type issues, and they didn't know where they stemmed from. It was a very competitive work environment. I remember they ran 2 shifts, and each shift had 3 lines, and they were producing electronic components. So if you could picture walking into your workspace and looking up on the wall and seeing that you could tell what the night shift produced. And then you could also tell what the other lines were producing. So there was an immediate kind of anxiety or tension or competitive nature within that environment. And so there was also conflicts that were between the quality control engineers and the assemblers. The assemblers seemed to be of one background or ethnicity or cultural format, and the managers, the quality control engineers, were of a different, they were engineering, had different backgrounds. So when a piece came off the line and it was, let's say, not what the quality control engineer wanted, he would reject the part, he would reject the component. Well, how he did that, really affected the people who were involved in building those components. Because of their cultural and ethnic background, they saw it as losing face, quite honestly. The quality control engineer, really didn't mean anything by it, but because of that, how he handled situations, it prevented them from getting the best output. And then because of the competition issue, even among the lines, what they would do was do what they could to sabotage the other lines. So they would steal tools, or they would break components so that they can be perceived on those competitive boards that they saw when they walked in as leading. Now, senior management didn't know anything about this, but when we were able to go in and sit down and interview a number of different people throughout the organization, both the people who were manufacturing the components, assembling the components, and then doing the quality control engineer, it became quite evident what was going on. And so to get back to the active listening skills, it took us a long time, because there were sometimes communication issues. People who were working where English might not have been their first language. And so you had to make sure you repeated back to them, this is what I think I heard you say. And get them to confirm that your understanding was correct, and then at the end summarize everything that they said as you were developing their kind of point of view of this issue and this the problem that they were experiencing. So active listening skills will just help you clarify a very complex thing, because oftentimes you don't have conflict, you have communication issues, and whether the people speak the same language or not, there are oftentimes communication issues and goals and wants and needs that are then expressed, if they're not clearly understood, can cause conflict where really none exists. So my natural conflict is never easy and it's never fun, but I try to deal with it as soon as I can. That is my kind of natural style to deal with it. And how I deal with it is to try to get the individual to tell me not only what the issue is, but how they would resolve it. Because I don't believe you should necessarily just bring a problem. You should bring some type of a resolution to show that you've thought through it. And also to show that there's not that there is a conflict, as opposed to, once again, just being maybe an ego need somebody has to be correct in a certain situation. And I do that for both parties to make sure that I understand and can define the conflict, from their point of view. So if they're giving me their conflict and they're telling me both in a situation where there's two people involved, and they're telling me how they would resolve the conflict, that gets you a long way to what you can agree upon. So in consulting work, which we do a lot of, the bottom line is the goal is to do the right thing for the client. We all want to do the right thing for the client. So if there's a conflict, which there typically is, it's not a matter of my answer is better than yours. We all want the right thing for the client, but we may come at it from different approaches. But if we all realize that the underlying goal here is do the right thing for the client, there's a much different outcome than I need to do the right thing, maybe for me because I have a certain ego need to make sure that my solution was used. So my style would be to deal with it as directly as you can, be open and be honest, and try to have a good understanding of the problem so that you can solve it, knowing that in not all cases everybody's going to be happy with the resolution, but if the bottom line is to come up with a positive result for either the client or in the situation, people can respect the process. They may not be always happy with the outcome, but they will respect the fact that you've done the best you can to resolve the issue. And I think that in the long run is the best way to handle a conflict.
Once you get to the point where you've reached the collaborative stage, there's a couple of other things that you need to do in order to ensure that you're, again, moving towards the resolution of conflict. One of the things that we spoke about through the module was moving from position to interest. And moving from position is basically saying the demands you make to someone or the demands you're making of the product or the decision-making process. And that is basically the position you are taking. So you're saying maybe, this is immovable, I'm not going to negotiate with you, I'm not going to have it for a discussion, this is my decision and end. You may work with individuals like that. You may have even exhibited that behavior in work environments as well as in a personal life. The point is that when you're trying to get and establish the collaborative stage and you're working through that, you need to move individuals and yourself from a position to interest. This goes back a little bit to what we've talked about when you're trying to find out what is the core objective that both parties want to achieve. That helps moving from position to interest. Once you get to the interest level, which is aligned with what your total objectives are, you need to start hashing through the interest and to find out what is actually justified with relationship to the conflict that's at hand and what may be just being brought to the table of the subject. Once you can flush that out and separate the two to identify the interest that is related to the conflict, you're also on the next step of resolution. Some of the questions that you can ask in order to get to this stage are, what inspired them to get to that point where they're stuck in their position? Why did they get there in the first place? There may be some history involved that you're unaware of. So again, this is where you want to use your active listening skills to ensure that you explore all of the possible opportunities for why you're at that point in time with that individual. You need to ask them what's motivating them to be in that position. You also need to ask what's the reason that they have their opinion. Through all of that, you'll be able to start to destruct the situation, deconstruct the situation in order to get to the resolution that's at hand. Asking them questions about what's their concerns if they move from the position that they're in. It's also very clear. There may be something that you're unaware of. There may be something historically done within the company that is keeping them tied to the position that they have taken. You also need to watch for obstacles that you may bring to the table. A lot of people want to focus on the reasons why things can't happen versus to try to explore the reasons why it can happen. It's a comfort zone people get into. They have their position that they've decided to take, so then they start cocooning themselves to protect themselves from anything that might suggest a different or alternative approach. So part of seeking for resolution and active listening skills, you need to start separating those two. And as you are able to lower those boundaries, you're able to seek for resolution. Many times there can be a hidden agenda involved that individuals take because they might be interested in only their own success. And it can be very difficult to get individuals to move from that particular point of interest because they're tied to it. It also goes back to their comfort zone. It's a way of themselves protecting themselves. What's in it for me type of behavior versus looking for a win-win solution. Sometimes you can't control these things because it becomes part of who that individual is and what they are bringing to the table. So remember that you can only focus on the things that you have control over or the things that you can influence. Put your energies into those areas and you might be able to help divert the individual from their position of only being interested or only finding what's best in a solution that feeds their interest. So let's talk about choosing a solution. The best way to choose a solution is to ensure that everybody has had an opportunity to speak about what outcome they feel is best for this particular conflict. Table those, whiteboard them, do whatever you need to do in order to make sure that everybody's voice has been heard and that they can recognize that everybody is actually listening to their point of view. Now you're going to want to deconstruct each of those and find out what's the common position, the common point of interest. And once you do that, you can draw to a conclusion. Choosing a solution is not always easy. In fact, it's probably the most difficult thing. But once you get everybody into the collaborative stage, once everybody feels that their voice has been heard, once everybody understands that we're all moving in the same direction for solution, it'll be easy to come to the proper solution and decision making. Once you have made that decision, that final call of action, then you need to make sure that you wrap everything up with a nice little bow. And in doing that, you're going to be required to provide everybody a recap of what was done, the stages that you've gone through. So we sought for a collaborative solution, we worked together, we listened to everybody's points of interest, and in doing so, we're now at the end where a decision is being made. You have to carry the ball all the way through. to the point where you might have to do a presentation as to, okay, the team has made this decision and this is where we're ready to move. Once you receive executive approval, then it's all about putting it into play. Once again, you will have to reevaluate all of the steps taking place. If individuals tend to fall back into their comfort zone, you have to bring them out of that comfort zone to make sure that you move towards the solution that was all agreed upon. Conflict resolution is key to any life situation. Whether at home, work, social gatherings, or sports activities, the higher level of communication and seeking to understand, you participate in the efforts necessary for positive conflict resolution. Through the identification of your natural styles, you'll be able to strengthen your communication, identifying the best approach, reviewing the facts of the conflict, using these skills to establish a collaborative stage, and discovering the options important to resolution. While you may not have control of all of the variables when seeking to resolve conflict, you are in control of how you choose to behave in conflict situations. Challenge yourself to utilize these newfound skills to increase your effectiveness in resolving conflict. Thank you for your participation in this course. Hello and welcome to Intercultural Communication and Conflict Resolution. My name is Najla Debo. I am a human resources professional with over 30 years of experience in industries such as healthcare, retail, manufacturing, transportation, and real estate. Your instructor will be Amit Kothari. Amit has over 20 years of experience in running small to medium-sized public and private companies in the United States that have a global footprint. When looking at intercultural communication and conflict resolution, you have a new dimension that you add to any conflict you otherwise have in your daily life. In addition to the normal conflicts of personal discord, role conflict, or business misalignment, you also now add the complexity of resolving an interaction with the concept of culture. A deep reflection on your own cultural biases, such as the power of corporate titles, the value of individual self-expression over collective good, and appreciation for verbal nuances versus direct dialogue is a good place to start. Then the ability to pause those biases and allow mental space to become present to the biases of the person you are interfacing with is required. Until it is second nature, this will cause you to have to think twice or more before interacting freely. The cost of not doing so can cost time and resources, as well as raise the risk of irreparable harm, even though none of that was your desired intention. To assist you through the process of intercultural communication and conflict resolution, the course is divided into 3 modules. We will begin by explaining the new dimensions that arise in intercultural communication. Then we will analyze the dynamics of intercultural interactions. And finally, in the last module, we'll plan strategies for successful intercultural interactions. Each module is to work independently of the other and for you to be able to complete at your own pace for an optimum learning experience. The modules have a set of objectives, video lectures, case studies, and interviews that will, I hope, give you a comprehensive view of the topics at hand. In addition, the assessments will allow you to apply your understanding of the course content while participating in putting the newfound skills to work. As you work through the content, you'll not only build on your knowledge of intercultural communication and conflict resolution, but you'll be encouraged to apply your learning to daily situations, thereby setting the stage for effective intercultural interactions. The course examples are drawn from an international perspective. The concepts are ones that cross boundaries and industries. Welcome again to the course.
Welcome to Dimensions of Intercultural Interactions and Conflict. Lesson 1. Our objective in this lesson is to identify intercultural communication techniques and to discuss how conflict can arise from cultural differences. Why don't we dig into this? First of all, it's important to understand the definition of intercultural communication. In reading the slide, intercultural communication takes place when cultural group membership factors affect our communication process. So what does that mean? To all of us who are on this lesson, we have a bunch of our peers around the world listening in. Even that as an example is an important understanding that the world is getting smaller and smaller. Understanding each other is becoming more and more of a critical component of effective business execution. As the global footprint increases for most companies, it is important to understand the nuances that make us different, along with identifying similarities in the workplace. Understanding the differences makes us more effective as individuals, within our departments that we work in the divisions of our companies that we work in, and in the overall organizations that we work within. Many companies have identified the importance of this understanding and have developed departments that focus solely on the inclusion, understanding, and celebrating the influences that an intercultural company population allows. Imagine yourself, if you had only people just like you to interact with, how much fun would that be? How many new ideas would be generated? Maybe even think to yourself, if you were a part of a group in your life today or in your department today, of a group of people with different and varied backgrounds, genders, beliefs, how many more ideas would evolve? How much more enjoyment would you create from the new ideas that came about through the interactions that you had? That is the beauty of intercultural dimensions. In a conversation, there is the individual person and their unique traits, which include their intensity, their ability to focus, even their kindness. All of these are examples of personal traits. On top of someone's personal traits is the learned behavior. That learned behavior comes from all of us as human beings being social beings. We're affected by our environment, how we get along, our personal desire to be connected. An example of how we show ourselves as social beings is how closely we stand to other people. Maybe how quietly or how loud we speak. Or maybe even how fast or how slow we speak. These things are part of us being social beings and are another layer. On top of our learned behavior is our emotional intelligence. How well we are aware and know our own emotions and what triggers them, and how those emotions show outwardly to other people. On top of that, there's our social interaction. How much we are aware of how others react to us, what emotional state those other people are in, and how the social interaction dance is happening between us and our other parties. Finally, above all this your individual unique traits, your learned behavior, your emotional intelligence, and your social intelligence is intercultural interaction. Interaction at a cultural level involves things such as symbolic exchange. As for culture, it is a set of rules or beliefs that are passed down from ancestors. With this, we understand what is right or wrong per these rules in each of our cultures. Those rules help us to survive within our group, maybe our family, maybe the street that we live on, maybe the city we live in. But it certainly helps us get along amongst a group of people who identify with each other. And we're all playing for a game that we're trying to win. Survival in the old days. Maybe nowadays it's thriving in our culture as opposed to just survival. These rules, as a part of the culture, help us make sense of what is happening in our daily lives. It brings a sense of shared identity between us. In the study of intercultural relationships, it is important that we become educated and aware of this layer, this extra layer called intercultural communication, and the reality of how it's influencing the interaction between us and other people that are involved in interactions in the form of the background that we have, our traditions, our worldviews, our values, the rhythms of our lives, and the patterns of our lives. As I said earlier, in an intercultural exchange, we have symbols. These are verbal or nonverbal things that have deeper meaning than what you see or hear. For example, a flag may mean pride to one person and oppression to another. For those of you who are familiar, in South Africa, during the apartheid era, a flag to a certain race may have meant pride and to another meant oppression, for example. Then there's shared meaning. And in shared meaning, we hope to use words that bridge gaps so that two people of different cultures start sharing the same meaning, so that they work together towards a shared outcome. When you have shared meaning, interactions become faster. Without shared meaning, there's more and more pauses and stops in our interactions and having to recalibrate, having to re-explain what we meant to each other. So shared meaning is very important. And then there's given context. Given context means the surroundings of the situation that impact the understanding of the meaning of the interaction. For example, a conversation between two people about different races in a classroom, a very safe environment to discuss race, is a very, very different conversation and context than two different races holding guns upon each other on the street, fighting over who gets to use a park to play in. Those are two highly different contexts with very much different energy in the two parties. Before we know each other as safe to one another in terms of interacting, there's a lot of inferring of intentions based upon what we know. That is why we study intercultural interaction and why it's important. This is really, and this whole class is really, to open up our minds as libraries of knowledge to be aware of this extra layer called intercultural communication. That there's this other layer of reality occurring between people of different cultures that explains the behavior of one another and the social differences we have. It's so important to have this layer of understanding because without it, there's one more chance that an interaction could go wrong and we could choose either to disengage or we could choose, even worse, to stereotype and generalize and separate. and maybe even react, which really at a global level would be a sad thing. The opportunity for all of us is to understand this layer and to work better and faster together. So what are some of the reasons that we would want to engage in this class and this learning? Globalization. It's increasing the volume and intensity of interpersonal interactions. I think all of us are feeling it, no matter where we are listening into this lesson. It's ever important to be aware of how to navigate such interactions, to harness the power of global resources. I have a question for you. How many of you lately have been on FaceTime or Google Hangout or Skype to chat, or just on a video call with someone from outside your country? Family, friend, coworker? I would have to say many of us, if not all of us. These technologies have been primarily used only in the last 15 years and has allowed great intimacy between people around the world. With that intimacy comes an increase in transaction volume and intensity. What's another reason we'd want to engage in this learning? Diversity. Diversity provides not only a wider range of information, but forces the process of thinking to include the ideas outside of our own. Thereby, diversity improves results and improves the process of interpersonal interactions. Think of it for yourself in the workplace. Workforces are becoming diverse, neighborhoods are becoming diverse, families are becoming diverse. For example, in America, there's a great debate over the terminology Asian American and distinguishing between a person of Asian descent who is now in America and calling them simply just American. With the integration of cultures, a large volume of issues like this begin to arise. But the benefit of diversity is worth all this debate and conversation. In the United States, the rise of Spanish-speaking residents, for example, has caused many government instruction manuals for residents to include Spanish translation. It is an accommodation the government has made to allow access to information to avoid disenfranchising a large population group in the United States, thereby allowing the culture of that group to less quickly integrate into American culture. It would be very sad to not have this accommodation. And the great upside, or the opportunity in this, is to allow this great additional resident group to interact more heartily and safely in the United States culture, which will only benefit all of the population. So let's talk a little bit more personal benefit. At a corporate level, for each of you who is fully employed in an organization that may be global, speed to market is a great advantage of intercultural understanding. The expectations to bring ideas to market are ever increasing. The speed of business is another strategic weapon for companies, and as such, understanding cultural differences provides a lubricant to accelerate global teams moving faster to produce results. Companies are looking to achieve greater revenue and lower cost through going deeper internationally. That requires trust, important word, trust, to be built over borders between people in order to move people to act together faster and more effectively. When we are all moving faster towards a particular business outcome, it puts more stress on us as individuals to adapt and change, which only exacerbates the risk of a bad interaction between people and groups. More so at an individual, team, and cultural interaction level. Dimensions of Intercultural Interactions and Conflict. Lesson 2. In this lesson, our objective is to explain the role of culture in conflict resolution and distinguish between intercultural and intracultural interactions. For some of you, discussing culture may seem quite basic. For others, it may seem quite a mystery. So let us try to explain the mystery. The reason culture may be a mystery is for some of us, it's like breathing oxygen. we just do it. For others, there's a thoughtful background that goes into all the dimensions of culture. We learn our culture from our family, our parents, society, and it is the knowledge we accumulate of how we operate in our society. Each of us in different societies. Those who are outside our societies can be referred by us as out groups rather than in groups. So out groups. If you don't have an education in the framework for thinking about culture, it's really largely invisible to you. Culture is common to someone like breathing, and only when there's behavior or words that you come into contact to that are different than yours do you truly know your association with the behaviors and words that you have are unique. For example, it is very common in America that one should strive to be a unique individual and be a nonconformist. For those of you outside of America, you probably think of us as cowboys. That is valued by many in the US culture. In contrast, in Japan, that would be rude and inconsiderate behavior, for example. Did anyone notice that in a recent tsunami in Japan in 2011, the news coverage of people in the natural disaster were behaving so orderly and properly, and frankly, in the best interests of the community? There is an unspoken code of behavior that connects most Japanese, in this case, even during extreme duress. That is an example of culture. From body language to word meaning, there is a learned set of associations made to words and actions which help a society function. For the human brain, these associations make sense of the world and allow humans to live with less stress, knowing that those around them are their group, their in-group, their tribe. And there's a sense of community. All those words and gestures shared appear understood to each person in the community. But only to those inside the community is it obvious. For example, a particular hand signal in the United States may mean okay, everything is great. That exact same hand signal in Brazil is very, very rude. As human beings, our minds work like a library with books. We have systems of memory which help us associate a piece of information with a feeling. Those feelings help us move quickly through a series of inputs, thousands of inputs a minute, a day, all that we have a reaction to, all these stimuli in our world that we see, mostly across the continuum of, should we fear this thing or not? As it relates to our society, culture is a framework around a set of people chosen to be together and how they see the world, such that they survive together. In some ancient cultures, the sun was worshipped as a god. It helped that culture make sense of their respect for the land and nature in a way. In a modern US culture, there's a lot of adventuring and open land. One has to be bold to survive. And oftentimes, one was alone in this big wilderness. That nurtured a sense of independence in the settlers of the new land in America, which carries to this day in this young country in the underlying belief system of the people. A shared sense of identity, again, reduces the stress of fear and the unknown in human beings and produces a sense of belonging. It helps us, as we are ultimately animals, avoid feeling like we have to protect ourselves constantly from those around us that are considered just like us in our minds. For example, in the Jewish culture, even though many are far apart around the world, there is a sense in each Jewish individual and community to create a hub or a center of connection. And that connection centers in Israel, for example. And for that connection to have a bond that goes back to their homeland, there's a shared sense of survival that I find in people of the Jewish culture. Culture is communicated at various levels and held on within us at various levels. Culture is communicated sometimes in subtle and sometimes in obvious ways. For example, at a surface layer, culture is communicated, for example, in pop culture, within movies and song. In a movie you may have recently watched that is of a culture not of your own, may have noticed hand gestures, eye movements, physical closeness that you wouldn't understand or wouldn't be able to translate within your own culture. But when taking the context of another culture, you may be curious to dive in and understand why or how those actors are behaving the way they're acting. Or if you're listening to a song from another culture, you may dive into the meaning of the words or phrases and try to understand why they're said that way. Normally you'll find a very interesting story behind that, and maybe some historical context. Below that surface layer, there are symbols and meanings and norms. And deeper than that, there are traditions, beliefs, and values of a culture. Finally, at the most basic level, one where we're all bonded, there's universal human need. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is an example of how that's represented. It is important when beginning the study of intercultural interactions to have a distinction of what an intracultural interaction or conflict is. We as people already have enough conflict in our day with people within our own culture. Those would be personal and interpersonal level interactions. It adds more complexity to add an intercultural component to our interactions. As actors in our own plays, we look for areas where breakdowns are occurring in our relationships at home or at work, such that we're not getting our expected outcomes from our teams. It's even more complex with intercultural teams. To look past ourselves and to look at the other actors in our play who are of different cultures than us, and to look at their underlying belief systems, because we and they were raised with different ones. And if we look to understand theirs, we can look deeper to understand why they do what they do. If we took the pause and understood this, you have a chance to talk to them about this. You can ask, why do you behave this way? What underlying belief systems were taught to you at a young age that your current actions are exhibited in this way in our interaction? And in that chance to ask, there's a chance for understanding. And when there's understanding, there's an attempt and possibility to change the way we interact together. And finally, in that possibility of changing how we behave together is a chance to achieve our shared outcome. Intercultural conflict focuses mostly on the divergent beliefs of two cultures. And hopefully, the people in conflict can attribute differences to variances in background beliefs rather than the intention to hurt each other. Intercultural interactions force a deeper level of self-reflection in us to truly understand what we take as given or for granted or as truth as to how the world works. These truths make us feel safe when we believe them. What is also true, to our discomfort at times, is that there are other ways to believe how the world works and how people can and should interact. The fact there are other ways to be in the world can shake our fundamental core, because we were taught to believe in our beliefs and we were taught to interact in our culture. And we practice this every day, every minute of our lives since we were born. Above our self-awareness, we have learned ways to get along in our social circles, in a way to rise up to achieve what we aspire. That comes from some level of emotional intelligence at a personal level where we understand ourselves, and social intelligence of how we get along in our own cultures. We then have to learn how to communicate with others in their style. And we learn their style through interpersonal communication. Finally, there's a layer of intercultural sensitivity that then makes all these dimensions in play at once when interacting with those of other cultures. It should be all of our mutual interest to work hard to self-reflect, learn others, and then decide the appropriate interaction style in order to optimize any intercultural interaction.
A Thai company wants to expand by putting a materials sourcing office in Italy. The Thai CEO, Chow, sets up such an office with 3 Thai nationals and 1 Italian assistant. The sourcing office allows a Thai company to be close to high-quality raw materials and design aesthetic critical to the manufacture of the high-end ceramic ware market the Thai company wants to enter in the United States. The Italian assistant is in her 20s and female. The Thai team consists of a manager, male, 38 years old, procurement staff, female, 28 years old, and design staff, male, 50 years old. The manager asked the assistant to arrange a 1-hour open house to invite key partners in Italy to come to and socialize. The manager calls together the whole team and gives a directive to the team to put together invitation materials that were brought from Thailand that have specific Thai imagery and design. The assistant interrupts him politely and says that the idea is not a good one, and also it does not appeal to the local pride in the art and craft of the country. She feels strongly that this is the case and makes her point strongly in front of all the staff. The manager is taken aback by the open disagreement and repeats his request. The assistant interrupts him again and says that they should send Italian, simply designed invitations and make personal visits to the most important of the tradespeople.
Thank you for taking the time to review the situation. If you answered any one of the answers, you're right. However, you could have done a little better. Actually, all 4 of the answers are correct in totality. The first answer being gender and role hierarchy played a role in the conflict. The choice of materials played a role in the conflict. The age gap played a role in the conflict. And finally, the high and low context cultures played a role. So once again, all 4 were correct. Now let's go into a little more descriptive. There is conflict at all levels in this example. Number 1, we have a cultural conflict in the form of the choice of materials. The Thai leader of the office wanted to use materials from his own country in a statement of pride. However, in this case, the Italian country, the Italian tradespeople were focused and would be focused on delivering materials to the United States. So the choice of using Thai material for the invitations would have been a cultural barrier to getting what he wanted out of the local country tradespeople. In addition, there would have been conflict between the Italian assistant and the Thai leader. The Italian assistant would certainly perceive that the tradespeople would need to see something either Italian or American in order to want to come to the office and be really prepared to contribute to the office event. Therefore, the Italian assistant would have been correct in coaching the Thai leader to work with the Italian material. There's also the concept in this example that there's gender and role hierarchy issues. In a Thai culture, it is more than likely that a male leader would want more deference than the Italian assistant, who from a European culture would be very comfortable sharing her opinion very openly. There would be conflict between the Thai leader's perception of what that aggressive communication would mean. The Italian assistant would perceive that she was just being she'd normally interact with her colleagues. The Thai leader has the possibility of perceiving that that was insolence. So we have a possible gender conflict in how the communication occurred. We also have a hierarchy question. In the Asian culture, it is typical, not always true, but typical, that the leader is afforded some amount of deference. And that would mean that assistants would not voice their opinion publicly and directly, but would do it in some other way, sometimes privately. There's also the question of age. A younger assistant in cultures that value equanimity would not at all be hesitant to share his or her opinion. In this case, a Thai leader who's older may expect some respect and someone to follow along a little more gracefully, and therefore in this case did not get that particular deference and would be upset. And so in that conflict, that possible conflict, the Italian assistant would do well to understand that possibility when communicating. Finally, option 4, there are questions of high and low context cultures. In the Asian culture, it tends to be a high context culture. Therefore, you wouldn't address things so directly in words. You would more so make indirect allusions to your opinion and hope that the person listening, the listener, would have the responsibility to pick up that nuance and react to it. In a European culture, there is more tendency to be direct, and so the Italian assistant, from her point of view, would have been very comfortable delivering her message really without any filter. There's also a question of physical location, which is outside of the responses. But if we consider physical location, if we're a Thai company having an Italian office, it would be up to the Thai leader to really understand that they're Italian tradespeople, and the Thai leader would want them to focus on delivering a product to the United States. So the Thai leader would want every opportunity for the Italian tradespeople to really focus on the United States and not be distracted by the Thai culture, either through communication or the materials that were delivered to them, in this case the invitations, to bring them to the office. So if we now change our perspective in reviewing this situation, we would say from the Thai leader's perspective, he could have taken more time to understand the culture within which he was operating, would have understood gender and role in that culture, and in having the meeting would have expected, when everyone was in the room and he was creating a conversation around how we would approach this invitation, he would already have understood the possibility of the communication style he would have received from a gender, context, and age perspective. From the Italian assistant's perspective, in choosing to work at a company that had Thai nationals working at it, she could have chosen to also understand those same concepts prior to entering into a business conversation. Ultimately, in this case, there is only one particular business issue. The business issue that arose was the question of using Thai or more local materials to create the invitation. The rest of the conflict that could have been created was literally cultural. And in this case, you got a chance to really fully immerse yourself in various levels of cultural conflict based on the expectations everyone had entering the situation. Hope you had fun reviewing this situation, and we'll go on to the next now. In this situation, we have Bob, a U.S. national, who's a staff person at a company, visiting Japan. He is visiting Hisae, an executive in that same organization. Bob enters the office and excitedly walks up to Hisae, extends his hand looking for a warm handshake. She doesn't respond. She politely and gracefully bows and greets him with a smile, a slight smile. He then proceeds to speak excitedly of his family and stories of home, and she doesn't respond. He gets very irritated. The meeting goes on for the next half an hour, and he leaves very disgruntled. He was wondering, why didn't he make a closer connection with her? And why wasn't she excited to see him? So what happened in this context was Bob misunderstood the Japanese culture. In a more traditional sense, we have the context of gender, role, and then simply language. So in the gender bucket, Bob extended his hand in a handshake. There are concepts within the Japanese culture which avoid touching. And there is some politeness in the distance between people physically. So touching can be frowned upon in that context. We also have the question of hierarchy. Bob was a staff person in the organization. Hisaya was an executive. Although the Japanese, when we speak in generalizations, are very respectful, they also are mindful of hierarchical positions. When Bob scurried into the office to greet Hisaya and extend his hand, he had made the risk of offending her or, frankly, scaring her based on the energy and aggressiveness that he entered the office and walked up to her. We then have the concept of expressing feelings in the gender role. Bob was almost like a puppy dog attempting to garner Hisaya's liking. Well, in that context of that business meeting, that is not something she was considering that she'd be giving. She was there for a professional, respectful business meeting. In Japanese culture, there is some generalization that business occurs in the business office, but it also can occur off-site and after. And a lot of the relationship building occurs outside of the office constraint, often at dinner or other entertainment venues. So what could have Bob done to do a better job in this interaction? He could have researched customs of the Japanese before he went. There is a lot of literature that's available to get educated. He could have become consciously competent prior to entering this interaction. He also had the ability to ask others. There are enough people now that have done business in Japan from the United States that could have shared stories and interactions with him and guided him on how he could have approached Hisaya to get the outcome he was looking for. He could have also read a book on Japanese history. Although answers number 1 and number 2 are the far most effective, reading a book on Japanese history inevitably would give some insights into the culture, but probably would more focus on history than anything else. And then finally, the option that we have is number 4. He could have watched the movie Shogun. Now, watching movies to understand culture is certainly going to give you a little bit of insight. How the movie director would have expressed the Japanese culture and the time period which is being expressed in the movie Shogun probably is really not relevant for a business interaction in this day and age. So watching a movie does have some cultural aspects to it, but really it's about pop culture rather than business culture. So answers number 1 and 2 would have been your best options. Thank you for reviewing this situation. In this situation, we have Pierre, a European, French boss, who has invited his colleague, Hari, from India to come to work in the office. Pierre addresses Hari on a particular assignment that's to be completed, and he asks him if he's complete or on his way to being complete and have any questions at all. Hari smiles at him, a lively smile, and says, "Yes, sir, I've got it under control." Pierre checks in a few days later wondering how the project's going, and he finds that Hari has made no progress. Hari, he finds, didn't understand the instructions. And so Pierre sat with him, explained the project to him in further detail, and helped Hari get through the areas where he was confused. So we wonder, what could have Pierre done to understand the situation and moved to have a successful outcome? If you assume in this situation that Hari's absolutely capable of the work, then you're left with an intercultural conflict in communication. We first have to know that it is always the leader's job to be responsible for their own interaction in an intercultural situation and to understand the party that he or she is dealing with. So in this case, Pierre should have extended himself to understand further the Indian culture. And a particular dimension that we can highlight in this example is the low context and high context cultures. In a low context culture, we tend to have individualistic behavior that's very aggressive. In a high context culture, we have typically a more collectivist attitude, and we have more words that are passive, that are more towards describing a situation than giving the answer. In a low context culture, we have matter-of-fact words. In a high context culture, we have animated communication. In a low context culture, we have assertiveness. In a high context culture, we'll have reticence to communicate in silence. So in this example, Hari, coming from a more high context culture, was animated in how he communicated with Pierre, giving Pierre the feeling that he understood what the project scope and instructions were. He also was reticent to actually tell Pierre he didn't understand, out of complete fear of disappointing a boss. So in this case, Pierre had a lot of responsibility to help understand the situation and to help Hari have comfort in coming to him when it really there was a lot of fear between Hari and Pierre that Pierre was not fully aware of, which caused Hari to be reticent in communicating that he didn't fully understand the project. So hopefully we have given you some context to what Pierre could have done and the concept of high and low context cultures.
Okay, so I hate conflict. My natural style is to avoid conflict at almost any cost. However, as the manager for learning and development, I've taken a lot of self-assessments, and I'm actually in charge of teaching many of these concepts. So you can't do that. You know, my natural style in the wild, so to speak, is probably not to get into it with everybody I run into, the waiter, the barista at Starbucks. I'm just not going to do that. However, knowing that and knowing that that's my natural style, I have to compensate. So I have to be very direct when I need to be very direct. And I'm also an accommodator on a TKI scale. I'm an accommodator avoider. So I'm very collaborative and I want to talk to everybody and try to make everybody happy. At the same time, I know that that realistically is not possible, especially when you're working with a diverse team. So one of the things that I find works really well is to let people know up front how a decision is going to be made. So giving them an idea of what the decision model is going to be. I'm going to ask all of your opinions, but in the end, I'm going to make the decision. Or letting them know, we're going to keep meeting until we come to a consensus. When people know in advance how you're going to make your decision, I think that helps them to understand that you respect their opinion and you get into fewer conflicts. So we've already talked about that my natural style is somewhat of an accommodator avoider. And an example of when I use that style effectively was when, as I've discussed before, I was given an assignment and it was taken away or it was recommended that it be removed from my department by another HR manager. And my natural style is pretty easygoing, or I try to be pretty easygoing. So I just let it go and offered help. And even though I was inside, I thought, wow, that is not very collaborative. That doesn't really jive with the culture of our organization. I just kind of let that go and thought, this is all going to play out the way it's supposed to play out. And eventually it did play out the way I thought it would, in such a way that the person didn't end up staying with the organization and the assignment came back to me. I actually didn't know she wasn't going to stay with the organization, but I had a feeling that the path that she was on was so conflict laden that I thought this project is going to come back to me, because chances are people aren't going to want to work with that type of person, especially not on succession planning. So the advice that I would give young professionals, learned professionals, the advice that I would give anyone is to know yourself. Know what your personal style is, and then to figure out how to accommodate and how to emphasize your strengths within that style. So if your style is an accommodator avoider, as mine is, you're going to have to learn how to be more direct and how to overcome that, because it won't always serve you. If your style is very conflict, I won't say conflict laden, but someone who doesn't mind conflict, who's very direct, who feels comfortable in conflict, and many people do, then you should know that also, but you should understand when it's appropriate. I think a huge part of that is understanding the culture of the organization that you're in. So if you're in a very competitive environment where conflict is the order of the day, maybe that's wonderful. But if you're in an organization where people are more passive, or where it's much more collaborative and people are working in teams, then you're going to have to know how to adapt your personal style into that organizational culture. So on my team, we have a diverse team, diverse in ages, ethnicities, and personality types. Small team, but diverse. And there are a couple individuals who have really different styles. One is me, who's the accommodator avoider, and the other person has a much more direct and I would almost say aggressive style. So in meetings, what we observed, or what I observed, is that when people would get into conflict, when I would get into conflict with this individual, or when other people would get into conflict with this individual, the rest of the staff would kind of shut down. They would physically almost, you could see them withdrawing. Their body language would change, their posture would change, they would be manifesting gestures that would tell you, we're in conflict and this is so uncomfortable. Conflict in general makes people uncomfortable, both the people in the conflict and everyone around them who isn't sure what's going to happen. So using active listening skills, the team got together and we were actually working through Patrick Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team. And we developed a process through active listening that when we are in a meeting and when we are in conflict, when any person feels that a conflict is escalating and they feel somewhat uncomfortable or threatened, or that the conversation has become less than safe, we have a signal, which is timeout. That means that the meeting stops and we regroup and we use our active listening skills to kind of take it down a notch, because elevated voices, body language, when you get into that with a team, although I believe in constructive conflict, what happens is a lot of people shut down and they won't bring their best ideas forward, especially in a team meeting, because they're so worried about those two people going at it that they're just thinking, how can I get out of this? How can this meeting be over, and how can I get back to my desk safely? So when that starts to happen, I think there's a balance between constructive conflict, where people are willing to bring their ideas and their passion, and I think your idea won't work and here's why, but that has to be tempered with active listening, where we're respecting each other's ideas and respecting each other's different opinions.
Analyze the dynamics of intercultural interactions. Lesson 1. In this lesson, our objective is to explain the frameworks present in intercultural interactions. At the most fundamental level, we have two individuals who enter into an interaction. We enter into any interaction with our own biases, and the other person has their biases. On top of that, we have our own filters of what we expect of the other party. Our goal, ultimately, is to create a shared state of meaning in what we share with each other, whether through symbols, words, verbal or nonverbal cues, and so on. This is extremely complicated, as we're rushing through our lives simply just to get the job done, for example, in the US culture. And in the Japanese culture, for example, we maybe want to learn how each other is getting along before we get the job done. Quite a different way and approach. Our verbal and nonverbal layers of communication contain content, relational, and identity layers of meaning. What does that mean? A content layer of meaning refers to the factual information that we're sharing with each other. When the person communicating the message and the person receiving the message send and receive the same content, then a shared meaning has occurred. At a relational level, relational meaning refers to the state of relationship between two parties. Relational meaning is inferred with nonverbal cues. It conveys the power distance meaning, is it an equal or unequal relationship? And relational distance, is it friendly or unfriendly meaning? And at the third layer, the identity layer, it refers to who am I and who are you in this conversation? It involves things like displays of respect or lack of respect and approval or disapproval. When studying intercultural interactions, one has to be aware of the values that make up a culture. And 4 key types of values were identified in the business environment by Hofstede and Hofstede. One can use these 4 dimensions when thinking about what is going well or what is going wrong in an intercultural interaction, by understanding from what perspective the interactors are coming from and interpreting the others' words and actions. One of the dimensions is an individualist versus a collectivist approach. An individualist, for example, will focus on themselves and the introspective connection with me and the universe. In the collectivist perspective, one thinks of not me, but of us, and how we will survive and thrive in our lives. There's a context that we are all in a life journey together in the we, or the collectivist approach. For further explanation, an individualist will tend to have an internal locus of control, while a collectivist will tend to have an external locus of control. For example, in the US, a home is a symbol of individualism, from the standalone house to the separation of each room. In contrast, in Mexico, it is common to have an attached home and unlocked doors, as well as a shared space in the common area to promote gathering. Within this individualist versus collectivist dimension, there is the use of language. And the distinction that is made is a high and low context language usage. This generally refers to the level of direct or obvious nature of the language used in interactions. The second dimension highlighted by Hofstede and Hofstede in understanding intercultural interactions is power distance. Power distance refers to the perceived power that is either dispersed amongst us all in a low power distance culture versus power established at the top in a hierarchy, as would happen in a high power distance culture. For example, in the US, it is common for the office structure for the boss to have a big office in the corner. Whereas in Taiwan, in looking at a set of cubicles, you may not be able to identify who the boss is at all, because they will be interdispersed amongst the team. A third dimension in the Hofstede and Hofstede model is uncertainty avoidance, as described as high and low uncertainty avoidance. There are cultures that value risk-taking and others that value security. To a high avoidance of uncertainty culture, a low avoidance of uncertainty culture may appear brash and unthinking. Formal structures and formal rules are a requirement of strong uncertainty avoidance cultures, whereas creativity and freedom in decision making are valued in a weak uncertainty of avoidance culture. And the fourth dimension that's quite significant in the model of Hofstede and Hofstede is femininity versus masculinity. This one is quite interesting, as in various cultures, this agenda of femininity versus masculinity is progressing very quickly in terms of moving towards equality. There are also other dimensions that are considered around cultural variability, and those include ethnicity, religion, gender, generation, social class, and social structure. As you may guess, language is a very powerful and omnipresent force, and we wanted to dig a little deeper into the concept that was brought up earlier. Low context cultures use a lot of directness. As you can see from this table, these cultures value individualistic values, linear logic, direct verbal style, matter-of-fact tone, informal verbal style, and assertiveness. For example, in the United States, a very famous saying is, "Say what you mean and mean what you say." In a high context culture, there is collectivist values, spiral logic, indirect verbal style, understanding and animated tone, formal verbal style, and reticence and sometimes silence. In Japan, a very popular saying is, "Don't say something that will hurt someone else." In indirect verbal styles, one must infer a meaning. In fact, it is the listener's job to guess the correct meaning of a statement. In a low context culture, it is the responsibility of the speaker to make clear what they want to be understood by the listener. Take some time and reflect on this question. If you can slow down your mind and ask yourself various questions about a culture, you can maybe learn the tendencies of that culture and the person in particular that you're interacting with. For example, what is the value of an activity as meaningful in one's life? That's a great question to consider for yourself and for the person that you're interacting with. Another great question that will elicit some understanding for you is, what is the relationship between your culture or the other person's culture and nature? And that may inform some of the reasons for their choices and behaviors. And finally, another great question is, what is the time focus of human life? These three questions and others can be great dinner time conversation topics or great topics of friends over drinks at the local social establishment, and could be worth hours and hours of great dialogue. Analyze the dynamics of intercultural interactions. Lesson 2. In this lesson, we will identify the barriers in intercultural interactions. One of the first barriers at the most basic level is when we're not being mindful about an interaction that is occurring. We should all strive to be mindful about our present moment and learn according to a set framework. For example, frameworks we're sharing in these lessons about intercultural communication and conflict to optimize the moment and avoid breakdowns in relationships. A simple barrier is our humanity. Our biology itself makes us anxious about anything new and different. That in itself can be a barrier to full understanding, comprehension, and the ability to ask questions rather than jump to conclusions. We also have the tendency to want to simplify living. Our brain works fast, absorbing many pieces of data through how we feel and what we see. And in that summarization can sometimes be lost interpretation. And we make assumptions. As a simple illustration of this concept, imagine yourself happily walking through a foreign land safely and easily. You walk along with comfort and you're smiling and you're looking straight at someone coming towards you. Let us say that this person makes contact with your eyes, but then looks down and grimaces. You continue to smile, and you wonder, how should you interpret the interaction with this individual? Should you be happy that they looked away so you could not be uncomfortable? Should you be disappointed because you would like to have eye contact and a smile, and possibly even a conversation? Because we're moving quickly, we sometimes can create a judgment, and that judgment can sometimes be wrong. Our perception is the key. We are informed in our perception through cognitive and affective inputs. A cognitive input includes particular facts that we're able to ascertain. And our emotions are certainly things that we can learn to understand and categorize. How we process all this information is informed by our history and the influences of our surrounding. Everyone sees their country, typically, as the center of the universe. As human beings, we see ourselves as important, and that leads to certain beliefs. We've already discussed that we learn those beliefs through a cultural process, being a human being in the societies we grow up in. It's how we are taught to survive. Stereotypes are an example of a generalization, and overgeneralizations can be hurtful. When we accumulate information about others, it's important that we maybe have an understanding of another cultural's tendency, but not to overtly apply that definition to the other person in our interaction. Instead of negatively portraying that other party, we should simply seek to understand the interaction we have, and if we're at our best, we can ask the other party how and why they are interacting with us the way they are. That would be far better than stereotyping the other party. And all of this would be for the intention of achieving the full interaction of ourselves and our other party in our interaction. Prejudice is a negative antagonistic sense towards a group that is not familiar to us, or an out group. Prejudice is a biased mindset. Discrimination are actions that are carried out by a prejudiced mind. Although not strong prejudice necessarily, how we see another group as in or out of our own circle has a bias to how we perceive them. For example, if a positive event exists, has occurred, for an in-group, we attribute the skill to them. If a negative event occurs within an in-group, we often point to the situation that has caused the bad outcome. It is commonly true also, if a positive event occurs for an out-group, we typically see the environment or the situation as causing the good outcome. If a negative outcome has occurred with an out-group, we criticize the out-group. That is our natural tendency. We have to not give in and fight that natural tendency. Take a look at this slide. Based on our different cultures, we would interpret these different hand gestures, eye movement or eye direction, assertiveness, facial expression, all very differently. Look, for example, on the far left at the bottom. The gentleman with what one could consider a confident pose in some cultures may be considered a rude pose in another culture. And the young lady at the bottom with the curly hair, with the black shirt and her hands clasped, one could interpret that as a friendly gesture or a far too informal gesture in the workplace based on your culture. And the gentleman in the top middle image with his finger on his face, how would you interpret that in your culture? And finally, the female on the far right. In your culture, how would this stance, pose, and eye contact be taken? All of these are open to cultural interpretation.
Augusto, Brazilian male, mid-30s, business, is the local leader of a multicultural team of Ravi, Indian male, mid-50s, engineer, and Hajan, Korean female, mid-30s, product manager, of a Korean paper company with an office in the Amazon. They forest the trees for specialty paper. Augusto has been asked to drive costs down in response to a global slowdown. On a call, they discuss options as to how to achieve this goal. Augusto offers that he could terminate some employees, but the consequence is that it will reduce morale of the team. Hajan agrees with this potential action. Ravi interjects and tries to be thoughtful about nature by having ideas about efficient deforesting and replacing trees with saplings to ensure the longevity of the forest. Hajan laments that it will cost money to plant saplings. Then, Augusto does get excited and mentions there will be pride in the team and that the team may take a pay cut in order to stay on the job, as they will see themselves as saving the forest rather than harming the forest. That would allow future generations to have work in the forest and maintain local people's lifestyles.
Thank you for paying attention during the situation. What did you catch going on in this story? If you answered that all four were correct, you're right. In this case, we had Augusto, who had a very collectivist background, as opposed to an individualistic background. In the collectivist cultural norm, one worries about the group. And Augusto was very centrally concerned about how the generations of workers that were working in the forest would be treated. Hajan was very interested in results, and her focus and conflict with Augusto had to do with her focus on cost savings and her belief in a hierarchical system. She certainly saw herself as the boss and was very willing to insert herself, ignoring Augusto's cultural norm towards collectivism. And she focused on the firing of the staff and not planting saplings in the forest, purely based on cost. Now Ravi, who's from a culture that normally is not used to staff inserting themselves, he was quite aggressive in this example, so it's quite unusual. You will not see that often. But in this case, he shared that he cared about nature so much, he had to bring up the idea about replanting the trees. So in this case, he put himself at risk of being in conflict with Hajan because she wanted to save money. Finally, Augusto was very concerned about the workers. And in his concern, there was not only a question of the place that they lived and the nature that they were responsible for foresting. He was also responsible for the people who worked there and felt a deep connection to them that He-Jin could never understand. So what often happens in conflict is that people come from their own perspective. In this course, we're trying to identify how we can have better communication and fruitful dialogue. It really begins with understanding ourselves. So how did Augusto, He-Jin, and Ravi understand themselves enough before they entered this conversation? What their own beliefs were, what their own tendencies, what their own cultural norms were. But a second step would be, and a better step, is then to get into the minds of those you're interacting with. So how could have Augusto understood He-Jin's focus on hierarchy and following her own orders in her organization as he brought up his ideas? How could Ravi have posed his communication, possibly sharing his idea in a more soft way or doing it privately with He-Jin? What were ways to produce a better outcome with less conflict? What often happens when we approach a situation is, as individuals, we lead with fear. We're worried about how we're perceived. And those perceptions are important as it comes to coming to cultural agreement and a business agreement, ultimately. When we lead with fear, the real antidote to fear is understanding. So we should work on understanding ourselves and working on understanding those we're interacting with, the participants in our conversation. What we're doing when we get educated is we're avoiding uncertainty. And in this conversation, we not only had the context of the business agreement that we were trying to reach, we also had the context of the people and their relationship. The thing is, these three folks all worked in the same organization but worked in different places and had different bosses. So there's also the relational context that is up and above the substance of the situation. And then finally, we have cultural norms at play. How the cultural norms speak to our tendencies. So I am at risk of generalizing, which is something we cover in the course. But a generalization could be that Augusto has a very collectivist attitude, being from South America. He-Jin has a very large sensitivity to hierarchy, being from a Korean culture. And Ravi has a particular distinct love of nature, which could come from his respectful culture in India. Those generalizations, when taken to a point of overgeneralization and negativity, turn into prejudice. And prejudice blocks us from growth by blocking us from working together. When we focus on prejudice, and when we have prejudice, we're not able to get the best ideas from each other because we're not able to work together. We come into a situation with a very blocked view of how the other person is going to react or how the other person is. And when we do that, we're starting with a blocked mind. So we're not open to all opportunities for success. And when we're working in an intracultural environment, that is not so bad because in an intracultural environment, we're all very similar. In an intercultural environment, we not only have to deal with all the issues that intracultural relationships deal with, we also have to deal with differences in cultural norms. So it's further complicated, and therefore we have to understand ourselves better, we have to understand the other party better, and the context of their culture and their background. A topic that arises when we talk about prejudice is the concept of in versus out groups. Simply stated, an in-group is a group that we feel connected to and we feel very similar to and safe with, back to the concept of fear and safety. An out-group, from our perspective, is a group that is not like us, and that we then could fear. When we have in-group and out-groups in our own mind and in others' minds, we already begin acting in reaction to who these other people are or who we think they are, and therefore limit the possibility of options we consider when we're trying to solve a business problem. So what we should try to do is find ways that we're similar with others, therefore making them safer to us and making them in our in-group. Now, the definition of that in-group could grow, but is still the concept of trying to make them in to our group, therefore making them safe to us, therefore leaving us far more opportunities for success. So thank you for reviewing the situation. Let's move on to the next lesson. In this situation, we have Kenji, a mid-level sales leader, getting advice from James, a North American executive. Kenji has a quandary. He really wants to know when he goes back to Japan and joins his sales team again, how he can really motivate them to hit their numbers and to be a very successful team. So he inquires of James his advice. James delivers the points, develop a great sales plan and have everyone strive to hit it, but most particularly Kenji to individually hit his goals and exceed them. A rigorous drive around hitting those sales goals, not only the goal, the plan itself, but having the energy, and also to outshine his peers by really delivering a successful outcome individually. So in this situation, we asked you, which challenge do you think Kenji would face amongst the options you had? Ultimately, from a more collectivist culture, which has a very high context, Kenji would have a lot of challenges accepting James's advice. So if you chose options B, C, and D, you were correct. Ultimately, in a culture that we consider, in general, using a generalization, the Japanese culture is highly collectivist, and they really care about the group outcome. So that would be problem number one in Kenji accepting James's advice. We also have the concept of James focusing on Kenji's income and how he would outperform his peers. The question of having respect for nature, for product, for yourself, are very deeply ingrained in the Japanese culture. So Kenji would have blockage number two in terms of accepting James's advice. Finally, the concept of outshining your peers, although it sounds reasonable, in a collectivist culture would be very difficult to accept. Certainly there are always positions and titles and people who get promoted. But to have that as one's main motivation in the Japanese culture is not typical. So, all in all, James's advice was really off course for Kenji. And so we hope you were able to reflect on the various levels of dissonance that Kenji would have with James's advice in terms of how different cultures perceive words and direction in terms of achieving their goals. Thank you very much. In this situation, we have Kinga, a doctor of African descent in her home country, interacting with Isabella, a pharmaceutical sales rep from a large conglomerate. Kinga has asked that Isabella donate a sizable sum of money to a local community charity. Isabella complies and makes the donation. We ask the question, how do generalizations possibly play a role in this situation? We have the concept of the option A, that Kinga is being perceived as using bribery in the context of having the money pass hands from Isabella to Kinga's charity. The possibility that everybody would perceive that this, in a nation that needed the money, it is easy for people to misperceive the intent. We also have the conglomerate actually providing the money and people misperceiving that that is being used to influence the doctor, to use improper methods and possibly use the pharmaceuticals that that company is selling. Option C, we have that the donation is purely used for business purposes and has no social good that it would do. And finally, we have Isabella would influence her organization to make the donation in order to appease Kinga, therefore having no true good intent. Let's assume that the conglomerate had all the good intent in the world to provide the money for a local charity that had true need. Then the request from Kinga to Isabella could only be seen as positive and doing good. The role generalizations play is a very negative one in this situation because it leads to the possibility that the good that could be done would be undone. So what we want to do when we're thinking about cultures and individuals is we want to avoid generalizing. We want to pause and take time to learn again about ourselves and our intentions and assume only good intentions initially for other parties that we're interacting with. In fact, if we can pause our judgment and enter into an interaction with others that we don't know and have a different culture than ours, and are aware of our own cultural context and their cultural context, and allow the interaction to occur, most of the time we'll probably find that we'll achieve our outcomes and have a new friend somewhere in the world. Oftentimes, though, we use generalization as a way to expediently understand or think we understand someone else and hurry into our interaction. What that does is has the possibility of confusing two things: the outcome and the intent of the parties involved. So again, if we can slow down, get educated, we'll avoid generalizing and give ourselves more possibilities for success. Thank you.
Power can be a big influencer, but it can also be very destructive. In my opinion, if power is used as authority, then it's very powerful. Basically, you can influence the meetings, you can influence whatever you're doing in a moment. It makes a huge difference if you have a meeting with equals and then all of a sudden somebody with authority comes into the meeting room. Everything changes at this particular moment. I think I have actually my own experience on this one here. I came to a department which I would describe as dysfunctional because there was more power struggle going on. There were no leader there. It was really a disarray. And I think when I walked in there with the authority to run this business, I think everything started to calm down instantly. That means I didn't really do anything, just by the pure fact of my presence that I have the authority to make decisions, the authority to influence the people, calmed the whole situation already down. And I think at this point it has a huge influence. You can virtually say like in a courtroom. Of course it can be negative if power is, in my opinion, abused in people are very often abusive, then of course power can be very, very negative in my opinion. To work with this group of people with international and different ethnic groups, it always causes more friction than anything else because you're not really working with equals from your same ethnic groups. And I think this causes very often problems, especially in my opinion, that some people, they always feel that they are disadvantaged, and that they are basically not treated well, that they are basically, very often they even say they are second class and so on and so forth. I would say a good example which I have here, and we had a VP in the company, and he came from a different country, and he always felt that he was treated wrong, and he always felt that he cannot move up in the company because he is a different person. His color is different. He comes from a country where basically it's not so much appreciated. He forgot completely the fact that he basically did not treat the women very well. He forgot the fact that he himself didn't like other ethnic groups. And with people like that, it's very difficult to work. I do not have in this moment an example how to solve the problem, but I know that this causes mostly problem with themselves, because they always have the strong belief that they are on the short end of the stick, and I think that causes, in my opinion, very often frictions. It may be sometimes true, it may not be sometimes true, but you have to be very careful when you talk with these people about their religious background, of their politics. Stay out of it and try to avoid these kinds of conversation, and I think this will solve a lot of problems in itself. For me, it's very important not to be aggressive with any kind of meetings or every kind of people. And I think you have to be yourself, you have to be understanding, and you have to put yourself in their positions. All people are different, and obviously every problem is different. You have to approach it always in a different way. I feel that by being yourself and be as less aggressive as you can be, it's the best approach. Also, in my opinion, you should never blame somebody. You should always speak as a team, and try to solve the problem as a team and not as individual. I think it's very bad if you basically address the conflicts from one single person in front of the other people. So I think that's should be always avoided. But the best way is always to be yourself and be as understanding as possible. As here again, I have to say it's very important that you are yourself. In my opinion, you should never blame anybody, and you have to understand what exactly, in my opinion, is a team. A team is always a group of people coming together. It can be, the company can be seen as a team, the department, but any other group can be seen as team. So a team is always brought together with different people. There may be very talented one, there may be very hard-working one, there may be less talent and less aggressive workingly, but there may be even, as far as I'm concerned, some people which have some disadvantages or handicaps. And you have to form a team there. Even in soccer, I would say Messi is the best player. Are 10 Messis forming a team? My opinion, not. I think the team needs to be formed, and you have to be the man who forms the team. The team gets together credit, and the team fails together. That's the fact, and I think this is the way how you have to approach this. But the key here is definitely do not blame and not work as you and I or she. I think we as a team fail and we as a team win. I think that's the key. This is one of the handicaps which most foreigners actually have, and I have to say I am one of them who has an experience here. When you feel insecure in the language, you always see yourself in a disadvantage, and you always see yourself as not taking with the necessary respect. When I arrived here, it was very difficult for me to adapt to it, but as a European, I probably had a huge advantage here, but I see it in a company that the South Americans or even Middle Eastern which come here and they are not very good in the language, they basically feel so uncomfortable to bring their problems to somebody else's attention that they're basically rather go home and feel bad versus addressing the conflict as it is. It's a very complicated system, but you can of course blame the American system, but you have to blame also the individuals, because you shouldn't go home and continue with your native language. You should actually come and speak English, and this would solve many, in my opinion, quite a few problems altogether. I see it by myself in the company that people actually like to come to my office because I understand the Spanish language and I can talk with them, and I see definitely a much more balanced group of people than I see sometimes in other departments, where basically the people with shortcomings in English, that they are basically having a disadvantage.
Strategies for success in intercultural interactions. Lesson 1. The objective of this lesson is to implement a mindset of success when dealing with intercultural conflict. The staircase you see here is a common model that is widely used. This visual is meant to represent our ability to learn as human beings. At the bottom of the staircase is unconscious incompetence. As you would guess, this means that we don't know whatever that we are doing is wrong. We are unable to access the fact that we are acting incorrectly or thinking incorrectly. From that stage, we ascend to conscious incompetence. In other words, we know we are doing something and we know it's wrong. We can move from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence by someone telling us that we're doing something incorrectly, or getting educated about it in some other way. We would be incompetent not out of lack of knowledge, but through lack of execution. We then ascend to conscious competence. This is where we have learned what we're doing wrong and have corrected the behavior, and we think about each step in the execution. And as we think about it, we're able to achieve our objective. And finally, we move to unconscious competence. This is where you know something so deeply and so well, it happens naturally. In the context of intercultural communication and conflict, if we can strive to be the perfect global citizen, we could have a vision to incorporate all the frameworks that we're learning in the lessons on intercultural conflict and communication so deeply that we can seamlessly operate in different countries with different people to get the outcomes we want. It would be second nature. This means we would be able to adjust to local culture or convince others to adapt to a shared culture of the team that we are leading. Some points to remember in having a mindset of success. I feel it is fundamental to first have a belief. That belief is that the other party in my interaction has our best interests at heart. I will enter into an interaction with the most abundant feeling of joy and flexibility, and be open to handling the unknown and the ambiguous, and possibly prepare at my optimal level to believe this deeply, because ultimately, as we covered in prior lessons, our biology will react sometimes inadvertently, however, negatively, to new stimuli. And by keeping the right mindset and having a clean slate of my interaction, it prepares my mind well. This is particularly hard when I don't know the culture of the other party. And in such cases, my mind is defending and protecting me from a perceived fear, a fear of being hurt, rejected. And therefore, I'm ready on the defensive because I feel threatened and don't feel I can predict the needs of the other party or my own outcomes. And therefore, I can't predictably control the interaction's outcome. When this occurs, I have to remember that as a human being, we ultimately, at the most fundamental level, have the same human needs. To start there is the bare minimum mindset I must be at, or I should pause the interaction or step away from the action until I'm ready. Especially in the context of a very important outcome that I'm looking for. Or if I only have one chance to get the outcome correct. I think another great reminder in setting up for success is to use my brain. In the middle of a transaction where intercultural dimensions are at play, when I start feeling like I'm losing control of how I'm feeling about the interaction and losing hope that the outcome will achieve a shared meaning and a shared outcome, I then want to reflect after that pause on what I've learned, what I've become educated about in terms of intercultural communication and conflict. Prior to those important moments and during those important moments, there really is an importance to have curiosity about those that are not like me. I often in these times use the concept that I must believe that there's a reason that the other party's behaving the way they're behaving. And more than judging them and quickly coming to conclusions, to become curious about why they're behaving the way they're behaving gives me another lens upon which to enter the interaction. A good question I ask myself is, how does their behavior make sense to them? In entering high-stakes intercultural interactions, it's important to remember we are all fallible. We all can make mistakes. So when another party impacts me in a way I would not expect they would want to, I then pause the conversation and ask, is this what you meant to occur? Is this how you meant for me to approach this interaction? It's far better to ask the question than to assume, especially when the other party may not have intended so and had made a mistake. Something that comes to me only after I've begun interacting is looking for inflexible thinking in myself and others. When this occurs, I again pause the conversation and talk about the reason behind how I'm thinking when it appears that I'm the one that's perceived as inflexible. I do the same when I feel the other party is being inflexible. And I often find that that inflexibility was only a reaction to another feeling that they had that I caused in them. I often find when we have a shared outcome we're trying to achieve, both parties can begin to discuss their inflexible thinking and the reasons behind it and attach them to cultural learning. And when both parties share the meaning of those interactions with each other relative to the culture they came from, laughter begins to occur through acceptance and awareness. That is how we look for strategies for success in intercultural interactions. Strategies for success in Intercultural Interactions. Lesson 2. In this lesson, our objective is to implement strategies during the process of interaction and conflict. This lesson is quite a deep and large lesson. This lesson will review many key concepts. You may come back and refer to this lesson before you enter into any major future interaction. First of all, get yourself in the right mindset. When entering an intercultural interaction, it is helpful to first establish in your mind the outcome you would like to achieve. It is very important to not lose yourself emotionally or tactically in the conversations that you have as the energy and the conflict rises. I find it very helpful to retain a vision of where I'm trying to achieve. And in fact, so much so, I write it down on a piece of paper in front of me when entering into deep and extended dialogue. Depending on the nature of the outcome, you may or may not want to disclose that outcome initially. Although in my experience, I have to have faith in myself and those I'm interacting with that our shared outcome is worth sharing and that everyone would be energized by it. If there is limited trust or understanding at the outset of a long dialogue, at least sharing the desired outcome and referencing to it consistently would show you as a reliable person and trustworthy as far as your forthrightedness and consistency. This is in spite of what could be the cultural biases that would exist in high context cultures. With this outcome in mind, then consider your own cultural biases and the culture and bias of the other party you're working with. Try to visualize how that person would end up desiring your outcome through their personal interests, their culture, and their cultural bias. There are a risk of mismatches in your style and possibly deep mismatches in worldview of your cultures. But if you are aware of those, you have a chance on finding a mutually agreeable solution. Then implement a communication strategy that allows all parties to get the shared outcome that they desire, given the dimensions that you have now studied that will arise in intercultural communication. No matter the people, the context, and the outcome of the interactions that you embark upon, there are really only three things that are happening in the interaction. Either the parties you're working with adapt, you adapt, or both parties are in status quo. I think we can all agree the goal is for all parties to adapt to the point of effective and productive dialogue. However, as you are working through the interaction, keep in mind there are only three ways that this interaction go, and your job is to create the environment that all parties feel safe to adapt to get to a productive outcome. There are conflict models, and there are three of them in particular which we'll review here, that are good to understand in yourself and the other parties in your interaction. The three approaches people use in resolving conflict are dispositional approaches, situational approaches, and systems approaches. Let's start with the dispositional approach. In the dispositional model, it focuses on the fact that people have dominant styles which dictate behavior in handling conflicts. The dominant style depends on one's culture and one's particular personality traits, otherwise known as a disposition. For example, an extrovert, no matter which culture, will use more dominant styles than an introvert. A situational approach is used when one takes into account the conflict topic and the situation in shaping what style they will use. Factors in determining a situation include the topic, the content of the conversation, time pressures, and the goals. And really, all these factors determine, is this person going to engage or avoid the conflict? This particular style, of course, ignores someone's disposition and really relies on the fact that someone adjusts to the particular situation at hand. Finally, we have a systems approach. A systems approach combines both the disposition and situational style. A systems approach respects an individual has tendencies in which style they will use, but they are able to apply some situational styles as adjusting to the conflict and topic at hand. This approach takes into account that most people have a predominant style. However, they can be educated enough and present enough to understand the context that they are in and can apply other styles as a result to get to their desired outcome. In summary, keep all of these three approaches in mind about yourself and about the other parties you are in interaction with to better understand the styles being used. Now let's focus on some particular things you can do personally. The following are 5 skills that can be used in intercultural conflict and communication. As a successful intercultural ambassador, you must be self-aware, but also be in the moment when interacting. You should engage in cultural frame switching, which is known as seeing the other person's point of view through their cultural lens. You should connect their value patterns to how they are making decisions. You should identify particular identity and situational issues, and really focus on listening and look for words and nonverbal cues. At the foundation, we have to be aware and account for the impact of cultural bias within ourselves and the other party entering into interaction. Ultimately, mindfulness plays the role of face saving, because each human being looks for and can deserve the respect that they expect and the feeling of being accepted that they hope for. Cognitive flexibility refers to the concept of being able to reshape the goal that you intend to achieve based on what you learn. If you're willing to reframe the context of the conflict, you have the chance to reduce friction. For example, you can change a compliant-oriented communication to a request, such as, "I'd like you to do this," versus, "May I ask you to do this?" You can also change conflict words to alignment words, such as, "I need you to get this done because," versus, "Let's try to achieve this together." And finally, you can help parties understand the big picture cognitively. Some tools you can use are to use neutrally toned words, words that won't incite conflict. You can restate the goal in common words, so both parties are sharing in the outcome. And you can move from blaming statements to mutually focused problem-solving statements. The third tool that you can use practically is developing a tolerance for ambiguity. A particular trick I use is borrowed from another part of leadership. I call it a parking lot. The parking lot is not meant to defer any items in this case. The ambiguity parking lot, as we'll call it, is a list of items you can jot down during a conversation, and you can identify them by your lack of comfort or the other party's lack of comfort with the particular item. Go ahead and write those down and mutually agree that both parties are uncomfortable with those topics, and can solve towards those problems in subsequent conversations. Identifying ambiguity is a question of self-reflection and comfort in exposing that you are uncomfortable with that particular item and want more clarity or want more mutual discussion around the item. Ultimately, this takes some self-control to identify and communicate. Then we have behavioral flexibility, being aware to change your style to match the party you're interacting with. You can exhibit behavioral flexibility through adjusting your body language, your tone of your language, and the pace of your language. Ultimately, behavioral flexibility is to create a feeling of trust in the other party. Fifth and finally, using the tool of cross-cultural empathy is very powerful in individual interactions. You ultimately can shift your style to match the context of both parties, the physical location of both parties, the culture within which both parties are interacting. One of the tools you can use are repeating what you hear, the actual content, and also the way in which you're receiving it, so the other party may clarify. Depending on the person's ability to understand the experience of the others from their cultural perspective is ultimately cross-cultural empathy. Some other quick hints for this area of cross-cultural empathy are checking yourself for bias, suspending stereotypes, and asking questions about the other person's content and intent. Frankly, don't assume you understand. Giving the other party a chance to explain only makes them feel helpful in the conversation. We can use cultural models that we have already reviewed in prior lessons to better understand intercultural communication. We can do so by combining a couple of the cultural dimensions we've learned. Let's look at this particular graph, combining the two dimensions of individualism to collectivism versus small power distance to large power distance. In doing so, we can review 4 particular conflict approaches that you or other parties would use in an interaction. On the top right corner, we have a status achievement conflict approach. This approach combines individualistic cultures and large power distance cultures. In a status achievement approach, the hierarchy of the boss and the individual is stated and accepted. Personal freedom is a particular value that these cultures enjoy. In these areas of personal freedom, the individuals want data and rules by which to work. There's also an expectation of earned inequality. In other words, a type of meritocracy, that you earn your role through achievement. Everyone in this model aspires to be the boss by winning. An expectation of this particular status achievement conflict arena is that the staff expect the boss to win, even though they may be able to give their input and would be comfortable doing so. In the bottom right corner, we have a combination of a culture of collectivism and large power distance. In this quadrant, we have a likely approach of benevolent conflict. In this type of conflict, the boss is considered a father figure, a boss who takes care of the staff. This sort of environment has the characteristics of the boss has an obligation to others. Countries in South America, Asia, and Africa use this style. Most countries use this particular style. In the left corner, on the bottom, we have a combination of cultural attributes of collectivism and a small power distance. This is typically called a communal conflict quadrant. It's very rare. In fact, there may be no countries that actively use this style, other than possibly Costa Rica. In such a communal style, different participants or employees would switch, becoming the leader, each one taking on that role, and again, taking care of everyone, not just themselves. Finally, in the top left corner, we have the combination of cultural attributes of individualism and small power distance. In the impartial conflict quadrant, which is practiced primarily in Northern Europe, personal freedom is expected, as well as fair treatment. A manager is expected to give the objective, and the employees are expected to allow to give feedback. Another helpful combining of dimensions is conflict style. 2 dimensions on how you value yourself and others, from low to high, in a 2-dimensional view. Determine the style in which a person will approach a conversation. There is the concern from self, which goes top to bottom, from high to low, and the concern from others, which goes from low to high, from left to right. In a dominating style, in which you have high concern for self and low concern for others, one would tend to find an aggressive, defensive, and controlling individual. In the avoiding style, which is low concern for self and low concern for others, someone would be found dodging a topic, like glossing over a topic or not admitting it exists. In an accommodating style, where one has concern for others that's high but low concern for self, the people in this quadrant would tend to smooth over differences or frankly give in. In a compromising style, which is quite a balance between concern for self and concern for others, one would experience someone to provide a give and take in how to solve conflict. And finally, in a collaborating style, where there's high concern for self and high concern for others, it reflects a commitment to the outcomes of both parties and a concern for both party styles. A lot of clarifying questions are used in this particular style. In an individualistic culture, the avoiding and accommodating styles can be seen as weak, whereas in a collectivist culture, those 2 approaches can be seen as valuable, as they are face-saving. We have covered quite a bit of intercultural communication and conflict substance in this lesson already. Let's come to closure with reviewing some personal basics. When entering into an intercultural communication interaction and possible conflict, be mindful of the language you use. Not only your own language. If you're using yours, remember how comfortable you are in your own language and how the other parties may not be. Take a lot of time to understand the critical words you will use and make sure there's an understanding of those words. Keep track of the meaning delivered by the person rather than their words or accent. What this really means is try to learn what the person is really trying to communicate and what they really like to achieve. It is far too easy to misinterpret someone's words and lose sight of their true meaning. This takes quite a bit of self-control. Practice patience and shake up the conversation by using different tones and paces, and possibly even simpler word choices. Keep in mind, we're not only speaking in different languages, we're speaking in different cultures. Also be careful about your tone of voice. That doesn't mean either a strong or weak voice. It's really a question of which tone of voice work in the cultural context you're working. That is the most important thing to keep in mind. A quick tip that I use outside of just speaking is to use gestures, pictures, graphs, written summaries, really shaking up the conversation so that everyone doesn't get focused in on simply one person's words. Really try to add context to the communication through various media and means. That will add to the colorfulness of the conversation. Clearly, when adding these other dimensions to the conversation, you also have to be mindful of the other party's cultural context. Something you can do prior to the interaction is really getting some amount of understanding on the basic culture of those you're dealing with. This is widely available on the internet now and through reading. So there really is all the opportunity in the world to learn about someone else's culture and educate them on your own. Once you have a mastery of someone else's culture, it gives you so much more flexibility on the pace and style of your communication. It's also a great advantage versus not understanding, because you will most likely be able to move towards your shared outcome much faster, with very much fewer barriers in your way. And finally, really be aware if the culture you're interacting with is a low or high context communication culture. As a reminder, low context communication cultures depend on the speaker to convey the meaning and to be very succinct and clear in that meaning. In high context cultures, the listener is more responsible for understanding what is meant by the softer words and more general context conveyed in the speaker's communication. Thank you for participating in this lesson. We hope at the end of this you'll be able to explain the dimensions of intercultural interactions that add to conflict. You'll be able to analyze the dynamics of intercultural interactions and as such plan strategies for success in your intercultural interactions.
Aurelio, Cuban male, mid-30s, general manager, and his production team invited the Canadian sales team to their factory in Cuba. Aurelio wanted to increase sales in North America. Aurelio entertained the sales team in Cuba and had a team meeting. At the team meeting, we are a team and want to raise our standards. We have suffered from not hitting our highest expectations, but we are in it together. We will strive to move product more expeditiously. And so it went on for 2 days.
I hope you enjoyed reviewing the situation. In this context, we have Aurelio, who is a Cuban leader. He is, as you know, he's brought his team from North America to the factory in Cuba. His business outcome that he desires is to inspire the team to deliver higher results. We've covered many concepts in the course thus far. Now we're going to combine two concepts. You're now familiar with the continuum of an individualistic to a collectivist culture. As you know, individualistic cultures focus on the self. Collectivist cultures focus on the team, in simple terms. We also have a separate dimension of small power distance on one end of the continuum and large power distance on the other end. In a small power distance culture, there is equanimity, there's equality. In a large power distance culture, there is more hierarchy. So now when we combine those two continuums, you may think about a lower high power distance combined with a individualistic to collectivist culture. If we're going to generalize, a Cuban culture would tend to be a smaller power distance along with a collectivist culture. And in this situation, Aurelio communicates in a way that would appear to Cubans as very positive and uplifting. He talks about the fact that we are not hitting our numbers and that we will rise together. To a North American team who is more individualistic and has a higher power distance, that can feel like criticism. A North American culture that would tend to be individualistic and having a high power distance responds well to status achievement. In this case, they would hear criticism of themselves, and they're also suffering from not knowing what Aurelio wants to do, other than the fact he wants to criticize them. So if you answered C, you got the right answer. In terms of setting yourself up for success in these conversations, there are several themes we can cover. We can have a mindset of success. And as we've reviewed, a mindset of success could start with unconscious incompetence. That is when you don't know you're not achieving the goal. There's also conscious incompetence, when you're fully aware that you are not achieving the goal, so at least you know. And what you want to do then is learn into conscious competence. Clearly, by knowing what you're dealing with and getting more information, really being mindful of the situation. And finally, what we all seek to achieve is such a state of knowledge that we become unconsciously competent. So when you have that mindset where you put the work in because you've realized you don't know enough, then you can move into being so natural that you can be unconscious in your action because it is now in your nature to be reading the signs that are around you when you've entered into an interaction that's intercultural. The way we then move into success is that we start with a mindset. That mindset is important because we want everyone to win. And winning doesn't mean everyone gets everything. Winning means that everyone feels good about whatever they achieved in the interaction. So we not only want to know and share what is the goal, what is a shared successful outcome, and really involve everyone in that conversation. We also want to think about what are the ways that we can get to that shared outcome. So we want everyone to interact and participate in that outcome discussion. Finally, we want to talk about the values. We want to openly discuss what each participant's values are, not only so they can participate and feel good they've been heard, but also to literally learn everyone's values. So when we come up with the decision, we can honor not only the outcome, but how we got to the outcome. Finally, when one is a leader and trying to be present in the midst of a conversation that's intercultural, we want to think about the language that we use. That language is very important. You want to deliver it carefully because the language you use could have different meanings, but also have an empathy that the other person may not be a natural speaker of your language. And therefore, you'd have to have patience and understanding that every word you use may or may not be misunderstood, and that you want to repeat words, you want to repeat concepts, you want to explain. You also may want to use diagrams to shake up the context of the communication, all in order to elicit feedback to make sure you're being heard the way you wish to be heard. You then want to be patient through the process, not only with others, but with yourself, because one can't necessarily retract a feeling they created, a negative feeling in others that they create. Patience understanding is important in that step. Finally, we want to be thoughtful about our tone of voice. Based on the culture that we are and the one that we are interacting with, the tone and pace of our voice is very critical. Also in context of other dimensions of hierarchy, role clarity, all the other things we can think about. The complexity of intercultural communication is not any one of these dimensions, but when you put them all together. And what we hope we've done in this course is to allow you to get present to the different dimensions that are occurring, have you be more knowledgeable and mindful of them, have you seek and inspired to learn more about other cultures, and then apply those in your daily interactions. Thank you very much. In this situation, we have Maya, a young manager of Indian descent, managing a development team from North America. Maya is really in a quandary. Her team is meant to hit some deadlines and deliver a high-quality software product. However, we've got problems. The team has been perpetually late, and there have been bugs in the software. It has been creating a high level of frustration within the organization because they can't get their product out to customers. Maya has even had the president speak to her about how difficult it's going to be for him to hit earnings for this quarter in the public company. Maya, as you would understand, would have a lot of pressure around this situation. So she gathered her team. She made homemade goods. She brought a few toys for everyone to play with during the meeting. She even brought a few exercises for everyone to do. She began the meeting smiling, talking about things outside of work, and then began to discuss with the team that there were challenges. But in none of that conversation was she very specific about what was wrong and the pressure that she was under, and in fact the whole company was under. Her communication came from a very high context cultural standpoint and a very collectivist cultural norm. When we think about the styles that she was using to discuss the problems with the staff, she could have had a dominating style. She could have also had an avoiding style, an accommodating style, a collaborative style, and one that's right in the middle that really is a very productive style, is a compromising style. In this situation, she was primarily avoiding and really trying to collaborate. The challenge in this situation is she was in amongst a group of North American developers who tend to be individualistic as a generalization and have a very low context culture. So the risk she ran was to appear weak and indecisive, and in fact quite unclear about what she expected. That allowed the developers to move on, continuing to be who they were. And therefore, after the meeting, their perception was she was weak, ineffective, and they had total power in their day to do whatever they wished. So the intercultural conflict problem is she was trying to create community, but they were perceiving it as having very unclear expectations, and in fact perceiving her as ineffective. So in this situation, you can see the absolute divide between her intentions, well planned out and well thought through from her point of view, and the result, which was a failure. Thank you. In this situation, we have Gerard, an English business leader who has flown all the way to Montevideo, Uruguay, to meet with his South American team that's in production. The production team is suffering greatly. They're missing shipments, and they have really poor production processes. Gerard, after realizing all this, gets the team together. In bringing them all together, he expresses his discomfort with their missed production and their process breakdowns. Well, he communicates that in a very strong way. He's quite direct, and he's really demanding a higher level of execution. He gets to the point of even criticizing individuals in the meeting. He tells everyone that they're not working hard enough and he points out individuals, and he also finally discusses that there'll be consequences if things don't change. In this example, Gerard may have been able to get a much, much better outcome if he had approached the situation much differently. He could have really accepted the situation as it is, rather than as he wished it to be. Using mindfulness techniques, he could have really been present himself to his own emotions and his frustrations, and frankly his fears of how he would be judged, and became more thoughtful about how to deliver an outcome rather than just expressing how he felt in the moment. He also could have used cognitive flexibility, the ability to differently take the facts as they are and use a different approach to express them in the situation, trying to reach the workers who have a different level of education and experience than he does. He could have also used a much higher level of tolerance for ambiguity. He saw misproduction and broken process and literally spoke about that. If he had better understood the working environment of other countries, he may have had a better understanding of what is acceptable and what's normal, and therefore not been as expressive about individual breakdowns, because it may not have been individuals' faults as to what was occurring on the work floor. He also could have used behavioral flexibility. If he could have better understood the people he was speaking to and where they come from in their cultural norms, he could have adjusted the words he used and how he approached the conversation he had with the team. And finally, and most importantly, he could have used a much higher level of cross-cultural empathy. In better understanding his culture and the culture he was speaking to, he could have made a much bigger bridge for everyone to walk across, to meet in the middle somewhere and create a compromise solution for success. So in all these ways, he could have been able to be more effective as a leader in getting the most out of his team and solving his production problems. Thank you.
Again, nothing more than my personal opinion at this point, based on my career, and I think in this particular case, a reference to when I was the commanding officer of the aircraft group at Camp Pendleton is germane. We had 10 squadrons within the air group, about 4,000 Marines, and each unit had a respect for their individual lineage, their own heritage, and that respect for each individual unit lineage and heritage had to be respected from somebody who was overseeing 10 disparate organizations within one large group. However, everybody needed to understand the overarching mantra, the overarching ethos within the group. And really what we did was build upon the ethos of the Marine Corps as a large institution, uncompromising pursuit of excellence, 100% personal, individual and collective responsibility and accountability. Again, we get back to being open, honest, and communicate. Those were critical things. You could run a fine line between trying to, sometimes I found myself instigating friendly competition between two units for the sake of driving them perhaps to a higher level of performance than they may have thought that they were capable of. There were other times when I felt like I was trying to throttle everybody back a little bit because people were getting out ahead and in the process may have been hurting their units and the overall group as a larger group. So it was a balancing perspective throughout. And I think the thing that allowed me to be successful at first of all at a squadron commander level, but also later on as a group commander, is that I started off on day one with everybody in the squadron, to start with the squadron. 350 Marines. I started with a personal 45-minute to an hour presentation made by myself to the groups. I went with the enlisted Marines first, then the staff non-commissioned officers second, and the warrant officers and commissioned officers third. Gave them the identical speech, not a speech, but the identical presentation where they knew exactly where I was coming from, exactly what I expected of them, and exactly what they could expect of me. And again, it was open, honest communication, showing them that I had, demonstrating to them that I had compassion for they and their families, laying down the law, letting them know exactly what was required of them in order for them to be individually and collectively successful. That model worked exceptionally well at the squadron level with only 350 folks under my command. Much more difficult when we got to the group level, and we had somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000, depending upon who was deployed at the time or not. But I actually did use the exact same model and had all the enlisted Marines in every squadron, all 10 squadrons, broken out. I think I ended up giving 30 different presentations for the enlisted Marines, the staff non-commissioned officers in each squadron, and then the commissioned officers in each squadron. But at the end of the day, everybody knew exactly what, as I would say, what ticked Patty off. And they avoided doing those things that ticked Patty off. They knew what I expected of them. They knew what to expect of me. I told them that I would never ever lie to them, and that the well-being of their families was paramount in my focus of concern. And at the end of the day, if awards and rewards are a testament to how successful we were, you know, each of the individual squadrons attained a great deal more awards than at any other time in the history of that air group. So I felt that that open, honest communication up front, setting the standard, and then holding people to that standard was the absolute critical thing to have an ultimately successful individuals, squadrons, and then the entire air group. A great example would be in 2003. I was the operations officer for 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, and we were sitting in an abandoned Kuwaiti commando camp about 30 miles from the border of Iraq. And we were planning the initial invasion into Iraq, which occurred in March of 2003. And as you can well imagine, our host nation, the Kuwaitis, have a significantly different culture than the American culture. And among the American military, the Marine Corps has a significantly different culture than the rest of the U.S. military. So trying to deal with our allies, which were multinational, both from the Arab nations, the Gulf nations, the Brits, the French, the Italians, the Spanish, the Poles, and then our hosts in Kuwait. If we came into every single conversation with seeing things from the U.S. or the U.S. Marine Corps perspective, we were doomed. You just can't get there from here. And a great case in point is our Kuwaiti hosts. You know, we would set up a meeting, the meeting never started on time. And that drives people who are anal about punctuality crazy. But it was a cultural thing for them. They don't want to just show up in a meeting and get right into the topics. They actually want to socialize, get to know people, relax, drink some tea, and then get around to addressing the issues. Something that was very foreign to us. And if we learned by trial and error. Initially, we tried to press our American Marine culture on our foreign hosts, and that didn't work so well until we realized that we needed to back off a little bit, relax a little bit, socialize a little bit, drink some tea, smoke a cigarette, and even though you don't smoke, and just enjoy the company, and then we could get down to the issues that we're facing us as a common group. Again, very, very different when we would go interface with our British brethren or the Spanish military or the Poles. And then we have the different language difficulties to overcome. So I guess my takeaway from that would be don't get so enamored with your own culture that you completely are ignorant or unwilling to respect the culture of others, especially if you're in their country. You need to be immersed in their culture to understand them. At least take the time to try to understand them so that you can communicate better, build that trust, develop those relationships, and from there, anything can be solved. I can speak from a very recent experience with this because my son calls me at least 2 or 3 times a week to ask my advice when dealing with his fiancée. And after having been married for 38 years and having much scar tissue, I just give him some advice to take the emotion out of the situation, assess the facts, try to argue from a position of logic, and treat the other individual with the utmost respect at all times. And having said that, he needed to be, it needed to be completely clear to him that that is not going to guarantee a win. If you're out for a win, you're probably looking at the wrong ultimate goal. It should be to figure out what the issue is, address the issue, come to a consensus between the two warring parties, if you will, and then move forward together to craft a solution, not to try to keep score with the other person and years later stick it in their ear when it comes up as an ancillary part to another argument at a point. So I haven't had to deal with my daughter in this respect. She has taken, throughout the years, she's taken really, really good notes of all the counseling that I've given my son. And as I've told people in the past, my son is running at a full sprint through the minefield of life. And my daughter just watches where he steps on mines and avoids the mines, and has had a much calmer upbringing than my son's. But I think that would hold true for anybody. Just take the emotion out of it, look at the facts, analyze things, and then try to figure out a way that both sides can come together, or all sides in a particular arrangement can come together and craft a solution that is going to have the consensus of the group. And it may not be a perfect solution for one or more parties in the situation, but it's a lot better than the current situation. And the biggest thing, the hardest thing for me is to take the emotion out of it. 9 times out of 10, I just want to go off. And that's the wrong thing to do, 99.9% of the time.
We already talked about the importance of roles, clearly defined roles. When I think about having a high-performance team that operates in an environment where they feel free to challenge each other and push each other without that becoming a negative experience or a negative conflict, I always think first that, you know, the vision has to be shared for success. The organization has to be structured to enable that vision to be realized, and then the roles need to be clearly defined so that everybody understands how they play a part in that success and how they work effectively with each other. There's other things that help, such as having the right tools and the right training to use the tools, which then enable the different players in the team to be effective in their assigned role. But I think key, most of all, is understanding what your job is, what role you have to play, and that your success is dependent on the success of others around you. The way I approach conflict is first of all, I try to direct the attention to the problem and not the person. When conflict feels personal, then sometimes you know, it gets a little irrational and it gets very emotional. If you can redirect that away from the person, instead of you are causing me a problem, it becomes we have a problem and how do we resolve the problem. An exercise is always define the problem, identify where we're at, what the steady state is today, and where we want to be. And that'll tend to draw people into approaching it as something that can be resolved rather than a person standing in your way. My natural way of approaching conflict is, you know, when others are escalated, I try to remain calm. And then I try to approach it immediately to, you know, let the person have a moment to vent a little bit. And because oftentimes, you know, I'm only approached when the situation is already escalated. And so maybe a moment to let someone say what they need to say, and then remaining calm, and then I use a mirroring technique that you make statements like, what I hear you saying is there's a conflict between you and the other team that's keeping you from being successful. Is that correct? And the real problem between you and the other team is that you don't have the right tools to work together. Does that sound feasible? And by just kind of naturally leading them into a calmer place and a more resolution-focused place, oftentimes they'll solve it themselves. And then ultimately, if I've got someone that I can't get from that very high agitated point, you know, sometimes I'll actually bring their point of conflict immediately on the line. You know, if they're telling me, well, John won't help me, John won't do this, John doesn't understand, I'll call John. And that tends to take and de-escalate someone immediately. When they can't talk about someone, they have to talk to them. And then I assume a mediating role. I think one of the things that I had to learn when I was starting my career, and something that that was important for me to internalize, is when you're resolving conflict, you have to do it respectfully. Whether or not someone sees the issue clearly, the fact is their perception is their own reality, and their feelings are very real. And so a healthy amount of respect, try not to add to the escalation, and focus on the problem, not on the person.
Intercultural communication is a growing trend for the coming decades. There are increased rates of failure in personal interactions when the participants in the interactions are not from the same culture. Seeking to understand your own cultural biases is the beginning to understanding others. In that process, there's a hope in intercultural conflict resolution. Through learning what dimensions are occurring during an intercultural interaction and analyzing what trust is being built during the interaction process, you have learned to apply some of the practical solutions to resolving such conflict. While you have learned about your own biases more and how they impact your interacting in an intercultural situation, now you also appreciate more how others also react if they are not considering culture in their interactions. Challenge yourself to utilize these new thoughts, skills, and solutions to increase your effectiveness in enhancing your intercultural interactions and, when required, resolving intercultural conflict. Thank you for your participation in our course.